Hey everybody, what's going on? Rob Cesternino here, and it is my great pleasure to bring an interview that I have long wanted to do all throughout my podcast career. I'm very excited that this is finally the day that I get to talk to just an absolute icon, the most entertaining to ever do it. The great Dr. Will Kirby is here. Will, how are you?
First off, Rob, I want to apologize that it's taken me so long to get on. I am a huge fan. I listen to most of the podcasts, not all of them,
Wow.
but you are supremely talented and very sincerely, thank you for having me on. I appreciate that very much.
Okay. Will, ask me how I'm doing.
Rob, how are you, sir?
I got to be honest.
Okay.
I'm a little upset. I'm
Okay.
hot. I'm
Tell
hot.
me.
And you know what?
Talk to me.
You can't say this, but I can. I'm upset that Dr. Will, for over 20 years, has not been a contestant on any of these reality TV games. Okay?
Yeah, it's true.
This man takes a break from his being a pioneer in medicine to come out of retirement and these people on Deal or No Deal Island, which is on Tuesday nights on NBC, seem to have zero respect or appreciation for somebody. Look, you know what? Hey, Will, I bet when you were, an intern and like the greatest medical practitioner of all time walks into the hospital, I bet all the interns and residents weren't like, oh, screw this guy. Who does he think he is?
Generation. It's a different generation, Rob, and you have to earn your keep these days. So we're 3 episodes in, and all I can tell you is please stay tuned. It gets better and better and better and better, and you're going to see these relationships evolve.
Yeah.
So if you haven't seen the show, I don't want to spoil it, but if you have, I come in hot and I stay hot. It took more than 20 years to bring me back, and I didn't want to go in and just sort of limp through it. And I hope I provided good entertainment to all the viewers.
I just want to make it clear. First of all, so I'm upset with these contestants. Okay. Number 2, I'm upset with all of these self-proclaimed Big Brother fans and stands and big brother, all the groups and everything. We love Big Brother. And Dr. Will has come back to your TV. And are you even watching?
That's a fair question.
What the hell?
Yeah, that's a very fair question. I mean, it's just a different world we live in these days. If you even try to go back and watch Big Brother 2, it's so blurry and it's so slow that the modern human mind can't even understand it. So, I hope that the entertainment factor comes in over the next few weeks, and I really truly believe it does. So, yeah. All I'm asking for is a little bit of patience here, Rob. You are an expert. In fact, you're probably the single most knowledgeable reality personality known to all of humanity. Yeah. And what I'm asking you again as a personal favor is deep breath, give it a couple. Okay,
I'm gonna give it time. I'm just
see what happens.
I'm just upset. I'm upset for you, that these people are not showing up like they should. And really, I mean, I feel like, look, I'm thrilled you're talking to me, and maybe this is all part of the plan. But I mean, this is an event that they got you. Deal or No Deal Island got you to come. Who you said you would never do one of these shows ever, and they got you.
Live.
I mean, and you're talking to me. Why aren't you talking to Jimmy Fallon? Why aren't you talking to Hoda Kotb right now? I mean, is hosting SNL out of the question?
I think
I don't think you'd be musical guest also like Timothy Chalamet.
Probably, I couldn't probably do that. Although, there have been worse musical guests. We over romanticize everything in the past, whether it's Saturday Night Live or Big Brother or any other reality show. And I am well aware that we live in a very noisy world, and it's so noisy that you have to get attention these days by actually providing entertainment.
Yeah.
It's my strong contention that occurs very soon on Deal or No Deal Island. So if you know who I am and you've watched shows in the past, that's wonderful. You're going to have a great experience. If you don't know, and that's totally fine too, and you watch Deal or No Deal Island, I promise you're going to have a visceral reaction to what happens over the next few weeks.
Okay. Well, I'm thrilled to get the chance to talk to you about this whole entire experience and where you're at right now. So, Will, can you tell me, what was it about DONDI, about Deal or No Deal Island, that made you say, you know what, this is the show I'm coming back for?
Just like a lot of things in life, it was timing. So I was a late entrant to the show. If you've seen the first episode, I showed up late. I was really a last minute fill in. And if you're ever called after a show has already started, clearly you weren't the top choice, but nonetheless, they tracked me down. And if I'm being candid, my daughter has never seen me on TV.
Yeah.
And my kids are 12 and 14. So, I'm just the guy who tells them to brush their teeth and to get good grades. Like there's a lack of understanding, because no one thinks their parents are cool. If you think about your parents, or, you can't ever fathom a time when they were cool. And I tell my kids, hey, I'm cool. I'm really cool. I'm a cool dude. And they're like, no, you're not. You're a dork. So they might be right, but I felt like I had to show my daughter a good time on TV. And, hopefully you'll agree. And we accomplished at least that partially as the show progresses.
Now,
so anyway, it was just timing. They asked me to do it. It brought me in last second. I got some shots, got a physical, somehow tricked the psychiatrist and passed that exam. And here I am.
Had you been a fan of the first season of Deal or No Deal Island?
In the interest of transparency, I had not seen that first season. When they called me, I had never heard of it. So my daughter and I started watching it that night. We had previously watched the Survivor season that Yam Yam won. That's the first full season of Survivor I watched with her. And we loved it. He's captivating. It's a great show. Carolyn was on there. She was amazing. It's colorful. It's bright. It's tropical setting. It just seemed like a great fit. And again, it was the timing. They called me this summer. I had a little bit of flexibility in my schedule. And so it was, I'm very, very glad I did it. I will tell you this, Rob, I don't want to digress and shift gears too hard, but if you're a reality television perspective contestant or an existing reality personality and you want to go back, DONDI, Deal or No Deal Island, is absolutely the show to do that because they treat you unbelievably well. It's in a gorgeous tropical setting. I'm an environmentalist. I love animals. I love nature. I love to surf. The setting could not have been better. But Rob, I'm going to tell you what pushed me over the edge. They make your bed. Every day they make your bed. Can you even imagine? I mean, the level of opulence associated with this show, it's fun. The setting's incredible. They feed you, they make your bed. Everything clicked. It was just the greatest experience. So if you're applying for a show and you want to go on a show, Deal or No Deal Island unequivocally is the best show you could ever go on. Unequivocally, in terms of the experience, but also in terms of the potential money you could win. Now, if you're a reality contestant and we're in the golden era, right? It's coming back between traders and between the food shows and between the Amazing Race is bringing back again this next season, bringing back reality contestants. Big Brother often brings back old personalities. If you're a personality and you want to come back, Deal or No Deal Island is the place to do it.
Yeah. I know, Will, you're a big fan of all sorts of media. Do you feel like that we are in an era where it's sort of like the MCU of that we are now crossing the streams of all of the reality genres and bringing in all of our biggest heroes?
Yeah, the problem with that, and I'm a big Marvel fan, is that, I was very much against, I love the Loki, but I'm really much against this timeline concept where there's multiple universes and multiple timelines, because if that's the case, then nothing really matters. And I don't feel that way about life. So I love the idea, since you made the analogy, I love the idea that Marvel is bringing back characters in and they overlap and they intertwine, and it's fascinating to see them do that. But there really is only one reality, and that's the reality right now. So we're still at that golden age of Marvel before they started to jump that metaphorical shark. And I absolutely love that there's this resurgence. And I will also name drop the people who I think are phenomenal on these shows and people who have not been represented and need to be placed back on them. So as a fan of unscripted television, this is a great time to be alive. What a world we live in.
Hey, you said you were going to name some names.
I'll do it. Rob, are you ready?
Okay, I'm ready. I'm going to get a pen. Yes.
if I was a producer on any of these shows, on Traders, on Deal or No Deal Island, on Big Brother, on Survivor, any of these, I would have to bring back, and this is in no particular order, right?
And they're listening.
Yeah, oh, definitely they're listening. They're texting me right now, believe it or not. Not number one, sorry, in no particular order. Jervis Peterson.
Jervis.
Great guy. Jervis came and stayed for me with me a week this last summer. We've been friends for 20 years. He's wildly athletic. He's unbelievably charismatic.
Yes.
He's just funny as hell. And
Wow.
He's truly one of he's an old school OG gangsters. I mean, he's one of those people who absolutely should be brought back just simply for the entertainment value. Like he's a phenomenal strategist. So
Yeah.
I would be honored to go on a show with him. I would love to team up with him on a show. I'd be open-minded to that. If I had the availability, I probably don't, but I would really, really like to see him come back.
If you gave me 100 guesses, I wouldn't have said Jervis.
Really? Oh,
Yeah.
he's the best. He's a close friend of mine. Good dude.
Okay.
You ready
All
for
right.
this one?
Ready.
I don't have to do this all day. I can, but Amazing Race 1, Brennan Swain.
Okay.
Good dude, super smart. He's a lawyer. He is very level-headed. He's not going to be the guy who flips the table. He's not going to be the guy who, he's not going to, be some sort of crazy physical threat at this age. Unbelievably intelligent, unbelievable strategist. He just needs that shot to, again, prove himself. So I hope someone would take a risk and kind of go old school, go back on these original characters.
What will he be like without Rob?
I know. You.
Well, no, wasn't that his partner on The Amazing Race?
Oh, Rob Fabrice, yes.
Yes.
There's a lot of Robs. There's Rob.
There's a lot of Robs. There's a lot of Robs. Yeah.
But Rob, I'm gonna put you on the spot. Why aren't you back on one of these shows?
Such a good question, Will.
Let's talk about your attributes here, okay? Unbelievably charismatic. It's super funny. And then you have something that's really unique to the reality genre, which is you have the ability to evolve very quickly because I've seen you do it. So with these shows, you don't know what the twists are going to be. You don't know what the setting's going to be. You don't know, you go in and you're just hoping for the best. But the people who do the best are either people who are supremely lucky and the show happens just to align with their skill set, or people who can evolve quickly. And you're one of those people who can evolve very quickly. Whether it's The Amazing Race or a cooking show or DONDI, you would, take a day or two to assess the situation, but then you would find your way in very quickly. And it's those changelings, right? Those shapeshifters, the chameleons like you, like me, who can go on these shows. It might take a day or two, but you learn your way around and then you really have a lot of fun. So I would really love for any executive listening to this to see Rob has a podcast, Rob on the show. Is that your legal last name? Has a podcast?
No, it's not. It's a common question, common misconception. Okay. Will, you're doing such a great job so far. So I wanna reward you. Okay.
Thank you.
All right. So Will, I have something that I thought you might like. Okay.
I don't like surprises, but I'm open-minded.
I think you like surprises.
Oh, okay.
All right. Will, I have here a wheel.
Yes.
Will and I won't get into too much of it, but Will and I have been, having some pre-production conversations.
Oh yeah.
Will had sent me a list of topics he wanted to cover on this podcast.
Well, these are topics that are approved.
Dr. Will Kirby topics of conversation. Mm-hmm. I have put these 21 topics that Dr. Will had sent me on this wheel behind me.
Okay.
Also on this wheel, I also included a slot that is Will's choice, a slot that is Rob's choice, and a slot that is ChatGPT created.
Wow. Okay.
And so at any
Let's
time,
spin it, Rob. Wait no longer.
I mean, we'll get back to DONDI Tuesdays, 9 p.m. NBC. Okay. Yep. I think stream it the next day on the Peacock. Okay.
That's right.
All right. Was that a good enough spin? I feel like I needed a little more.
That's good enough.
You're a Price is Right winner. Okay.
That's true.
Okay.
Oh, that's a better spin. Yeah.
That's a better spin. And on the wheel,
I put a lot of thought into these.
Okay. Can a man over 50 wear Adidas Sambas?
Yeah, this is a question.
I misread this originally when I got this question. I thought the question was, can a man wear over 50 Sambas? And I was going to tell you, Will, you're crazy. You can't wear 50 sneakers at the same time.
No, if you're not familiar, Sambas are kind of the hit sneaker these days with the younger kids. My kids have them. Everyone at their middle school, they're all wearing pajama pants and then Samba sneakers. So I learned the hard way that men over 50 can't wear skinny jeans. That was an embarrassing experience personally. But I like Sambas, but I'm not new to Sambas. I've been wearing Sambas for a long time. And the debate at my house is whether or not I'm allowed to wear Sambas. And the current consensus is amongst the middle schoolers and high schoolers is that I am not. So Rob, I want to put that question back on you. Can a 50-year-old man plus 50 plus wear, it doesn't have to be Sambas, but hip clothing? Or does that just make them look like Jeff Bezos?
Yeah. Okay. I think you can. I think you can, especially look, who's to say like these are children. They don't have a sense of
right.
If you like it, do it. Now I was not familiar with Adidas Sambas prior to this conversation. So I tried to do a lot of research here.
Okay.
I Googled them before the podcast, and to my untrained eye, they don't seem like they're anything that's crazy. It seems like a pretty basic sneaker and stripes. So it's not like anything that's embarrassing.
Rob, are you available for teen counseling? Because I'd like to bring you in and talk to some children in my home.
Okay, well, I just like your kids are a little older than mine, but I get the same sort of thing. Like, oh my God, Dad, what are you doing? Let me live.
Yeah, my kids said, hey, listen, they sat me down and they said, are we going to be embarrassed by anything we see on Deal or No Deal Island, NBC, 9 p.m. Tuesdays? And I said, oh, hell yeah. I said, you better not watch it. And they said, well, what if you embarrass us in front of our friends? I said, just tell them that I have a twin. So that's kind of what we're going with now.
Oh,
so
interesting.
If I do something they don't like, I'm like, that wasn't me.
Yeah.
My twin.
What's your relationship like with the host of Deal or No Deal Island, Joe Manganiello?
Joe Manganiello. So Joe, first of all, I can't say enough great things about him. When you look at the other hosts available in this genre, and I'm really not judging, but okay, I'm fully judging. Comparatively, Joe is the cream of the crop because Joe is he doesn't get enough credit for his sense of humor. I love to challenge people, and when I came in, Joe definitely didn't know what to do with me, and I could tell that he was like pretty upset with some of the things that I did on the show. And as it evolved a little bit, I could tell he was warming up to me. And the reason I knew he was warming up to me, Rob, is because I would give a little tiny bit of an Easter egg. I would make a pop culture reference very subtly, very small, and he would immediately pick up on it.
Yeah.
And so hopefully that's going to make it into the show. But I can't say enough great things about Joe Manganiello. He and I both love small dogs. He is truly, in my personal opinion, the single best unscripted host on television right now. Again, these are just my personal opinions. I really am not looking for a lot of people to argue with me. But Julie Chen is a little bit of an automaton, right? Like she's a little bit of a robot. That's her shtick. But you don't get the sense that she's like wildly passionate about what's going on in the show.
He loves it.
That's just, again, there's not either good nor bad. It's just my interpretation. With Jeff Probst, again, don't kill the messenger. It's hard to watch the show because he's the master of being obvious. So he'll go, Rob is now climbing a rope, and Rob is now going down the rope, and now Rob is walking, and now Rob is running. And you're like, stop, I can see it. Stop talking. So he to me, he's an obligate talker. That's not to take away anything from Big Brother, anything from Survivor. If you look at Joe Manganiello, I told you before, I love people who can evolve. His personality evolves before the camera. He started off kind of strict, a little bit, uptight. And as the show progresses, and as he becomes to know us better, he gets looser, and he is the best. I have nothing but great things to say about him. Super generous guy, really cool guy.
Yeah, he's been a lot of fun for us to get to work with and get to talk to as part of like how much he cares about Deal or No Deal Island. So that's been really cool to see. He gets to function as sort of the good cop to the bad cop that is the banker.
Yeah, the thing about Joe is that he's a competitive guy. You could tell that. And there is a little bit of jealousy with him because you can tell he wants to play. Like he's almost like, and it's good, but he's almost like overly involved in the sense that he's holding back. You can see he's holding back and he's trying not to play favorites and he's trying not to give information away. But what I love about him is his enthusiasm. It pours over. You can see that like in a perfect world, he would love to put the mic down and jump in and do the contest. And I love that. I love it when, you know, that wall's being broken, that barrier's being broken, and you kind of can't tell who the host is and who the contestants are and what's happening. It's a really, that's a magical thing. I've done a lot of different reality shows, some of them amazing, some of them terrible, but Deal or No Deal Island, there was magic there. The cast was exceptional.
Okay. In this cast, you came in and you went and said, hey, Parvati, you've been on Survivor. You know how this game goes. A lot of people had not yet known that Parvati was a survivor. Had you met Parvati prior to Deal or No Deal Island?
I had, and I met her on, I only know people from reality TV. So I met her on The Traitors season 2, because I did a guest episode on The Traitors and she was there. And I spoke to her extremely briefly there. She might not even have remembered. But when they called me to do DONDI, that's what we call Deal or No Deal Island.
Yeah.
Season 1 had Boston Rob, and he's a legend in the space. And, you know, I've been doing this long enough that I said, well, I'm coming in late and there's no way I'm the only twist. So I anticipated that there'd be another legend there, and that I anticipated that one would be female. So I memorized statistics about the other female legends in the space. And sure enough, I walk in and there's Parvati.
Yeah.
And right off the bat, and they don't show this on the show, but you can watch behind the scenes clips on Instagram, and they show me interacting with her, and you can see where she's like, wow, this guy did his homework. And when I entered, I'm going to make sure I don't give anything away because nothing's worse than spoilers. But, you know, to be really transparent, I had high hopes that I was going to work with Parvati from the beginning. And then very quickly, if you've watched the first 3 episodes, you'll realize that that wasn't a possibility. She was not open to it. I could read her body language. She had already made a decision of who to align with. So when I figured that out and I fully was aware she wasn't going to work with me, I was like, well, I'm certainly not here to elevate her game. So let me take it down a notch. And that's when I, you know, released the fact that I knew who she was.
Okay. You came in kind of hot to start off Deal or No Deal Island.
Very hot.
Yeah. Why did you decide to come in that way when you're already somebody who has, a target on your back, coming in a tuxedo, in a speedboat? You're already other than. Why come in guns blazing?
Totally fair question. That was a calculated risk. I knew coming in late that some alliances would have been set. I knew I was going to be a huge distraction, and I knew I was going to be an easy target. So I just wanted to lean into that. I really had no choice. You know, I could either deny that I had a reality television background, which wouldn't make sense because certainly 1 or 2 people would know who I was, and Parvati could have outed me. I could have come in and just kind of acknowledged it, but then sort of played the field, and then I wouldn't have been trustworthy. But what I thought I would do is completely demolish any discussion of my intentions. Like when I went into the game, I wanted people to be aware that I was wildly unpredictable. I was provocative. I was going to be interesting, and that and so much so that basically I wanted to make my target so unbelievably big that people would want to keep me because of the distraction quotient, or they would want to join with me because they weren't in another alliance and they might as well work with the person who they knew people were going to be against. So again, it was a calculated risk. If you watch the last episode with Rock, that was very scary for me. I thought I was going to come in and be gone, grand opening, grand closing, enter the episode and then exit the same episode. So I was really relieved there because I knew everyone was in his ear telling him to get rid of me. I loved Rock. I thought he was an awesome dude. He and I are in touch. He's like a really, really sweet guy. But it was a calculated risk, and it luckily it paid. It didn't pay off yet, but the good news is it didn't hurt me yet either.
Yeah. I mean, you were the person that invented a target so big that it becomes invisible. And I guess we'll have to wait and see, but just tell me, from coming into the game, in a game where anybody could beat the banker and then point to you, did you feel like that was the optimal strategy coming into Deal or No Deal Island?
You mean the optimal strategy question being coming in hot?
Coming in hot with such a big target where anybody
well,
could just say, all right, Will, you're gone.
Yeah, I mean, Parvati came in and some people knew who she was and some people didn't, and she was just going to play that out. And so I knew I couldn't do that. I mean, someone it was very obvious to me that she was already doing that, and me going from that same playbook just wouldn't have worked.
Yeah.
So I figured I might as well go in the complete opposite direction. It would maybe be so unbelievably jarring, and it would be so foreign and so bizarre that, you know, people would be entertained by it and not think of it as a threat initially.
Well, let me ask you a question, because I feel like, again, as you know, somebody, you know, I thought it was 2025, and I'm watching the TV, and I'm hearing all sorts of people talk about your appearance, talk about your clothes, and hold on, I thought we're not supposed to be body shaming anybody, and wait a second, how come when if it's Dr. Will, then I guess it's okay.
Yeah, what's funny here, you know, what's interesting to me, Rob, is that keep in mind, social media, I'm not the biggest fan of social media. I'm of the personal belief, and I know I'm going to get a lot of TikTokers angry by this statement. Yeah, I think 10 years from now, we're going to look back at social media and it's going to be like cigarettes in the 1980s, right?
Yeah.
Like, we know that it causes a dopamine rush. We know that it's addictive. We know that it's not good for us. We all get sucked into it, myself included. But yeah, I'm of the personal belief that, you know, social media is not going to be a great health-wise long-term. And let me tell you another fact, young people out there, no one ever on their tombstone has engraved, I wish I had spent more time on Facebook. It just doesn't exist, right? Like these things may seem more important when you're younger, but as you age and mature and develop wisdom, you realize that social media is pretty laughable. The thing that social media has done is given everybody a voice. So it used to be that, you know, if you wanted to be a bully or say something rude, you had to say it in someone's face. And the ramifications of that, if you went to middle school with me, is you might get punched in the face. But now you can stay anonymous, and say whatever you want online. But the funny thing is, no one cares about that. Like, I don't believe cyberbullying is real, because you could just hang up your phone, right? Like, so if someone says, hey, Dr. Will, you're really pale. Thanks. Great job solving that case, Sherlock. I'm pale. What should I do? Sue my grandparents? I'm pale. I used to be tan. As you age, little dermatological fact for you here, it gets more and more difficult to tan uniformly. I care about my skin tremendously. I'm pale. Yes, I am pale, but I'm not insulted by that. That's like, just like, hey, the sky's blue. Is that an insult, or you're just stating a fact? So, you know, the other one is like, wow, Dr. Will got old. I'm 52. That's how time works. It's a linear process. You get old. So if you're so naive to sit on social media and complain about the way I look or the fact that time goes on, I really, there's no point in having a conversation, because the disconnect, the chasm is so big, we're not going to interact. So, you know, 1 + 1 = 7. Sure, knock yourself out. Have at it. Dr. Will's pale? Yes, that's true. I am pale. So it's almost like I couldn't care less. Why did I pull my socks up? Because we were getting bitten by a billion ants. You don't have to send me a tweet letting me know that pulling my socks up looked dorky. I wanted it to look dorky, and form follows function. It was preventing me from getting bitten by ants. If you don't want to wear high socks, then you apply for Deal or No Deal Island, Tuesday at 9 p.m. on NBC. You get on the show and you wear short socks. It's that simple. So if I'm so pale, here's an idea. You go to the tanning salon and then you apply for Deal or No Deal Island, 9 p.m. on Tuesday on NBC and recurring on Peacock, and you show your tan on TV. Yeah. But you don't have to tell me things that I already know. I just don't care. So you're just wasting your time.
Okay. At the risk of, you know, getting too far into the social media question that's on the wheel, that I find myself, Will, using it much less than I used to 5 years ago, certainly 10 years ago, because I feel like I'm out there. This is my real name. This is my real face, my real picture of me. I got skin in the game. And now everybody else is wearing a mask. They're at a costume party, say, when they got a name like, Jiminy Joe 45216, and they're throwing their feces anywhere they want. They got no skin in the game. They got nothing to lose.
But also, Rob, the feces don't hit you if you don't go to the zoo, right?
Yeah.
Where the chimpanzees are throwing. So again, cyberbullying isn't real because I just turn off my phone. So I don't it's totally fine. People can say whatever they want. Yet my hair is silver. Yes, I have pale skin. It's just, I'm good with it, guys. I'm not going to deny I'm not a vampire. I'm not going to deny that. I mean, but you know, that's more an ancestry.com, 23andMe sort of heritage DNA thing. I'm a day walker.
Well, you're doing great. I want to go back to the wheel.
Rob, you're doing great. Let's go to the wheel.
Let's go to the wheel. Okay. We got a lot to get through here.
Rob,
Now,
I have all the time in the world. I owe you 20 years worth of
20
podcast.
years. That's great. I've cleared the rest of my day. So if we end up, if the wheel, I just want to say this before I turn around and look at what's on the wheel. If the wheel hits a spot, I thought of this before, okay, that's empty, we'll just go to the next sequential.
Knock yourself out, whatever you like.
Rather than respin. I thought that could get boring for the listeners if we're just spinning and spinning, okay? All right.
Rob, can I tell you something that I love about you?
Yes.
The reason you're so talented at podcasting, and I know this to be true, even though you and I have never had this discussion, is you're actually not making this podcast for an audience. You're making it for yourself. If you lost electricity there, you would just podcast, you would just call me up and you and I would chat about this. And that is truly what I love about it, because that's the way I try to play Deal or No Deal Island, 9 p.m. on Tuesdays on NBC. I'm not trying to, what I'm ultimately trying to do is entertain myself, because I think so highly of myself. I just genuinely do, that if I can make myself laugh, I most assuredly am making someone else out there laugh too. So I don't have to worry about the fans getting bored about the wheel, because I love it. And I know you love it. And if we can entertain each other, that's really all that matters to me today.
That's all that matters.
If 50% of your podcast people don't like it,
turn it off.
Fine. And if 50% love it, if one person loves it, that's all I'm looking for today.
Yeah. And you have spoken at great length about the value of being entertaining on these reality TV shows. That's why you're the best to ever do it. It comes down
why else
to
do we watch.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, one person wins. There's a lot of luck involved in that. I don't care what show it is. It doesn't matter. There is a tremendous amount of luck involved in winning. So we know that, yes, skill matters. Social game matters. Charisma matters. You know, maybe you have a showmance, but luck truly dictates the ultimate outcome of any of these shows. And it's frustrating to me when someone goes, wow, the person who won was so amazing, and they stabbed the person in second place in the back. Okay, yes, that happens. But to get to that point, there's just a tremendous amount of luck. So why are we watching these shows? Let's just break it down to its core. If you're watching television and you're not entertained, then you're doing it wrong. And the participants are doing it wrong. So that doesn't mean you like me. It doesn't mean you hate me. It just means you have to be entertained. And it's okay to keep an open mind. And one episode like a person and the next episode hate that person. That's human. That's a relationship. That's how the human persona evolves. So again, I take no offense when people don't like me, but I also, I never let the highs get too high or the lows get too low. If someone finds me entertaining, that's wonderful for all of us. If they don't, that's fine too.
And you're going to do what is going to most entertain you, even though it may frustrate your various handlers over the years. You're always going to do what's going to be the most fun for you. But if you're having fun, we, the viewers, are having fun.
Nothing is more annoying to me than the puppet, the person who just goes through the show. They don't really do anything. They end up at the final three because they're not a threat. They roll a ball in the hole, and next thing you know, you have a wildly unmemorable season, and you've wasted your time watching a show. It's just, the show should be exhilarating. It should be fun. Yes, you can watch it passively on your phone, but if it's a chore and you're getting angry, don't watch it. So I hope people really appreciate that entertainment value. And again, all I ask is just to keep an open mind, and remember, you can apply. You can apply today. Rob, can anyone apply on any show?
Yeah, unless they're an employee of the company. If you're an employee of NBC, I do not believe you can apply for Deal or No Deal Island.
But if you're a viewer online and you have an opinion about Rob's shirt today or anything else, apply for a show and wear your own shirt. You're allowed to do that. So I just think it's the greatest equalizer of all time. I want to be an NBA player, but I'm not good at basketball. I want to be a professional surfer, but I'm not good at surfing. But if you're at home and you want to be a reality contestant, you can literally apply today. It's so unbelievably easy. So show me your dynamic.
It's never been easier.
It's never been easier. It
back when Will was on Big Brother 2, that I'm sure that there were hoops you had to jump through. He had to, like, you made
a big Betamax tape, but I'm not
sending a big tape. You would send in a tape, and then like months would go by. You have no idea if the mailman dropped it or they just never got back to you. You didn't know.
ghosting was at another level. You just mailed something into the universe and you hoped that a random guy picked it up at your house, gave it to a couple other random people, and they randomly gave it to someone else. It was like like in the old days when they would just have a letter and give it to a horse, and then like the horse would take it, that guy would get shot, and they, maybe it would arrive or maybe it wouldn't. No one knew. No one knew, And that's what it's like. But these days you can apply in the next 15 minutes to a show, and guess what? You won't have to tweet about me or Rob or any other contestant.
They'll call you by the end of the day.
Yes.
Yeah.
Not just
okay.
about.
All right. I have a question for you.
Okay.
A discussion topic. Should Dr. Will run for a political office one day? This is a tough question.
I get this question a lot. So, the first thing that you have to look for with any job, and I interview a lot of people for a lot of roles at my company, is competency. And you have to see if someone's competent. And that's very different than reality TV. When you're interviewing people for reality TV, it's ultimately, are they interesting? Are they entertaining? But with a job, it's competency. And I'm really not a political person, but we have reached that point in society where I think we can agree that many politicians are incompetent. So my thought here is, what if you had someone who was, financially stable enough and had enough time and enough competency to do one run? Like, here's the concept, Rob, and I don't know the role, but I'll run for something. I'm not going to take a salary. I'm going to do it one time only for whatever the, 4 years or whatever it is. And that's it. And what we're going to do is usher in a new era of common sense. Because I'm not taking the salary and because I'm never going to run again, you can rest assured that everything I do will be based on common sense for the betterment of the people, of the environment, of the state, of the country, whatever it is. And there is no politics involved because I don't need the money. I don't need to grift. I'm wildly competent running an organization, and I have my background is unbelievably clean. I did get a parking ticket in El Segundo not that long ago. I fought it 4 times. I lost. Ultimately, that's my disclosure. I did not, and it's still BS. I should not have gotten that parking ticket, but I lost, and that will be on my record. But other than that, I have a squeaky clean record. And the people these days in politics, I mean, these are people who have done. Again, I am really agnostic. I'm not Democratic. I'm independent. I'm not Republican. I don't really care. I just wish, and I think we can all agree on this, we should usher in an era of common sense. Why is that so unbelievably hard? And so, I just wish that maybe in my next career, in 10 years, 15 years, I will, because you can be a politician and be old as hell these days. You can be 100 years old. And still be a politician. So maybe when I'm, 70, I'll start considering running for an office. And if I do, and if you remember this, rest assured, common sense will be ushered in.
Well, this sounds like great news to me, Will. I was wondering if this was more of a hypothetical for you, but this sounds like something that you might actually be considering as you were entering maybe a second or third act.
I've lived in California a long time. Los Angeles Mayor Karen Bass, what happened with the Palisades fire? She was in Africa partying. You know what I mean? Like, not
low approval ratings from what I read.
They're bad. So there's some politicians that, I guess the question to ask yourself is, could I do worse? I don't want the money. I'm not going to run again. And am I competent? Yes. Now, could I do worse than we're doing now? No, I actively could. If I tried, I couldn't do worse than we're currently doing. So maybe it's a consideration.
Yeah. I think there is a clamoring, I think, for common sense. I feel like that we're on a pendulum that swings all the way one way, and then we swing all the way back, and then there's an overreach, and then nope, let's overreach the other way. But somebody who could be for everyone.
And the only way you can do that is if you commit to not doing it long term, because if you do it too long, well, you're going to get influenced one way or the other. Whereas if you say, look, here's the day I'm starting, here's the day I'm ending, we're going to do a whole lot of work in between this time, and that's all there is to it. That's a reasonable concept.
Maybe a DONDI jackpot prize could be the first step in that direction. Is that would that be enough to get a campaign started?
Of course, to do well with a campaign, you're going to need money. But this is not a GoFundMe request. I'm saying just let's all keep an open mind. Let's all, agree that common sense should prevail and competency. And what we're dealing with now is lack of competency. And I feel like I have a lot to give. I've been very, very fortunate in so many ways in my life. And I feel like I have a lot to give back to the community. I do a number of things I don't really talk about, but it may be a political run in the future.
Okay. All right. What do you think the first step would be? A
I think it would
local
take
office, Congress?
Probably, say again?
Local office, Congress?
No, I'm going like, we're going big, Rob. Like maybe, like, although I would probably go like
Surgeon General.
Governorship, maybe. Yeah.
Wow. Okay. Governor of California.
Possibly. Yeah. We don't know. I mean, if there's a recall this year, it's not that hard to get on the ballot. And things are.
I can remember some of these California recall, and Gary Coleman is on the ballot.
You know what? I think Gary Coleman passed away, didn't he?
Well, but I believe he was on the ballot at one of these Jerry Brown special elections. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, listen,
adult film actresses. Yeah.
I'll debate anybody. I'm a big Facts of Life fan, but life takes its toll, and he's moved on to the big television.
I believe it was different strokes, Will.
Good point. That's fair enough. Did he make a cameo in Facts of Life? Well,
I'm not sure. I'm not. You know what? I think that it was a spinoff. I think that. So I may you that you were. It is the shared universe. I believe Mrs. Garrett was the not to tip off the '80s TV that's on the wheel. Mrs. Garrett worked for Mr. Drummond and then got her own spinoff on the Facts of Life.
There you go. Look, there we are. That's the universe. I mean, going back to Loki, it's the timeline. They're intersecting.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, with Lisa Whelchel, who was on Survivor.
Really?
Blair. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. All right.
Fair enough. If it's not you, Jervis, or Yam Yam, I'm not up to date.
Yeah. I want to know, okay, you appeared on The Traitors last season.
Yes.
And I don't know if you could talk about this, that I'm sure they asked you to participate in The Traitors. And I even remember a whole kerfuffle on social media where a bunch of Big Brother alumni were like, Will never competes. He's scared. He's chicken, not Chicken George. He's afraid. Yep. He won't ever actually compete on a show.
Yep. Let's talk about it.
Let's talk about it.
So Rob, so it's really funny that, every once in a while you put a plan in place and you launch it and it doesn't work, right? But sometimes you put a plan in place and you launch it and it works perfectly. So what I did is I put out into the universe that there were some people who have played Big Brother who are considered Big Brother legends, and they come back to other shows and they flop. And it's not that, it's not so much that we should be surprised that they flopped. It's that Big Brother's a completely different beast. It's a completely different show. And there is such a thing as a one-hit wonder. I like AHA, Take On Me, right?
Yep.
That sketchy video. And so anyway, what my point was here is that some people, and I'm not going to name names because the Big Brother universe gets super angry, but these are truths. So there's no reason to get angry about it. We can just talk about facts. There have been people who've played Big Brother who have played show after show after show. They've played Survivor. They've done The Amazing Race. They've done Traitors. They've done Snake in the Grass. They've done a million shows. And maybe they won Big Brother, and then they lose everything else, or maybe they never even won Big Brother. There are people who've been on the challenge who've lost Big Brother. It goes on and on and on. And I think my point here is that I'm going to explain this as best I can. When you tell when you're working on a comedy bit and you're working on a joke, you want people laughing with you. You don't want them laughing at you. And reality television can be very cruel because often what will happen is the executives, the casting team, the production team, and ultimately the fans are laughing at contestants. And that bothers me because I think that it's fun to laugh with the contestants, but when it becomes cruel, it's not fun. That said, there is a lack of awareness of some people who play these games, and they don't recognize that the joke is on them. So I floated it out in the universe that I said, look, some of these people are, what I specifically referenced is, some people are going on the show to see if they still have it. And the truth is they're finding out that they never had it. So I put that out there purposely knowing that some people were going to get really angry by that. And what did they do? They immediately started yelling and getting angry.
The group chats were blowing up, I'm sure.
Right. And so anyway, that of course worked out perfectly because then it put me on the radar. And then the company said, this guy's even not being on a show knows how to rile these people up. So let's see if we can get him on a show and invite him back. And it really just was a function of time and a function of the right show. I will tell anybody, I'm the biggest fan of Deal or No Deal Island. I think it's the single best show today. I said this before, I'm going to reference it again. If you're considering applying to Survivor and you're considering applying to DONDI, DONDI should be your choice. It should be your top choice because of the setting, because of how humane it is, because of the level of excursions, the host, and the ultimate possibility of the prize. It's the most superior like show available today. So for me, it just worked out perfectly with the timing. I can't get into conversations that have been had behind the scenes with other shows, but I will tell you, if you are a pale, white, heterosexual man who's been on a reality show before and you're going on another reality show, you weren't the first choice. They came to me first and I turned it down. And it's just a function of putting the pieces in place. And then, Rob, I have something that is so unbelievably unique, not just to reality TV, but to the entire world. And that is patience. I've been waiting decades to go back on another show, and I didn't want to grab the low-hanging fruit. I didn't want to just do a show for the sake of doing a show. I wanted a show that I really could, no pun intended, showcase my talents and entertain people. And I hopefully I accomplished that at least for some.
Well, in your career, is there any stigma about being a reality TV personality? Because I've done some research on your work that, you know, if people aren't familiar with what this man has done in the field of dermatology, that there are tactics and practices that you've developed that are named after you.
Well, thank you so much. I mean, it is a completely different world. I take my dermatological career very seriously. We have 172 clinics. I supervise 694 people, including 25 board certified dermatologists. I've published more than 12 papers, co-authored more than 4 books. I even co-own the newest medical school in the entire United States. I co-founded it, the Orlando College of Osteopathic Medicine. If you're a medical student considering applying, you should apply there. It's the most beautiful school in the world, 2 miles from Disney World. And so I do have a storied career in the dermatological space, but no different than my family or my hobbies. I keep that incredibly compartmentalized so that it doesn't overlap with, you know, hobbies, which are reality TV. Now, to answer your question, because you asked me about the stigma, what's really funny is when I went on Big Brother, and for those of you who don't know, in 2001, I was lucky enough to win Big Brother. And again, I do think I have a unique skill set, but luck is a huge portion of it. Like, I joke around a lot, but I'd be remiss if I didn't say that luck was a big portion. Someone else could have easily won that show, just like someone else can win any show. But I won that show, and as a physician, I was really stigmatized. You know, I really was. And it was wonderful because I love it. I love life best when my back is against the wall. So what I did is I used that opportunity to really improve my medical skills, really improve my reputation, and, you know, publish a lot, do research, and really become, at the risk of self-aggrandizement, one of the eminent, you know, dermatologists in the United States. So really pleased with what I've accomplished. I will tell you, reality TV at first really stigmatized that. And then it actually helped because I was on 2 seasons of Dr. 90210 on E, and that actually helped my career tremendously. And it kind of corrected a lot of the damage that I had done with Big Brother. And then I was on QVC for 5 years, working for Neutrogena Dermatologics. That's a Johnson & Johnson company, one of the biggest companies in the space. So reality TV has definitely hurt my career and challenged me, but then it ultimately motivated me, and it's really enhanced my career. So I've had a really wonderful relationship with reality TV. I have lifelong friends that I've met from reality TV. And if you're thinking about applying to a show, again, you heard me say this before, don't tweet, don't go on Instagram, don't go on Snapchat or whatever it is. Use that time instead to apply for a show and show me and Rob and everyone listening how interesting you can be.
Okay. Well, I want to go back to the wheel.
Okay.
Okay, here we go.
Hey, Rob, can you hold on just 1 second? Keep filming, but there's a loud noise in my house. I got to see what it is, okay?
All right, Will's going to investigate the noise. Oh, wait, hold on. That he's brought up
I'm a bear.
A giant, but it's throwing off Zoom that doesn't know if this is a human or not. A giant bear.
I killed Dr. Will, and now I've ingested his soul, and I'm going to answer the next round of questions as Big Teddy.
Big Teddy. All right, Big Teddy, here we go. All right, we got another spin. And, oh, okay, so this is, I'm glad I brought this up earlier. We landed on a blank space, so that means we're going to advance one number, and this is...
Wait, Rob, this is the perfect time for me to get my plug in.
Yeah.
I own a bisexual bear strip club in the woods. It's called Paradise City, and it has a theme song. Take me down to the Paradise City where the bears are bears and the bears bear titties. Oh, won't you please take me home? So
Okay.
I'm a bi-coastal, bilingual, bisexual bear who owns a strip club in the woods, and I attack reality stars. And my name is Big Ted.
Is Bear B-E-A-R?
Well, mine, like the Bearstein Bears, if you ever notice those kids' books, they don't spell it the right way. They should. And my name of my strip club is B-A-R-E. Paradise City.
Yeah, Paradise City.
And you have to work out the legal agreements with Axl Rose and Guns N' Roses about the theme song, but we're working that out. We have a team of bear lawyers.
Okay. All right. Now,
want to hear the song again? Or
B-E-A-R lawyers?
Take me down to the Paradise City where the bears are bears and the bears bear. Oh, won't you please take me home? Yeah.
I think that the legal team would say that you should not be taking any of the workers home. I think that that should be frowned upon.
Well, it depends on the state, and also we have an HR department, so don't worry about that.
Okay.
That's one of the benefits. That's one of the benefits of being the club owner.
Mm-hmm.
We also, I want to make this very clear, Rob, on a very serious note. We don't discriminate. Koala bear, those are fine. The Kodiak bear, grizzly bear.
Yeah.
We have all, whatever your bear kink is, our bear strip club has every type of
every
bear.
Size, right?
Okay. Yeah. Every size, every shade. We regulate every shade.
Mm-hmm. All right. Okay. To Will and the Bear. Favorite book read in the last 12 months?
Oh, I will tell you, the single best book I've ever read in my entire life, not just in the last 12 months, is Sapiens by oh God, what's the name? This is a real, hold on one second.
Sapiens, as in like plural of
Okay, I killed the bear, I'm back. Get out of the way, Big Teddy. And quit trying to plug your bear strip club. Yuval Harari is the author of a book called Sapiens.
Yes.
Please. It's not like I met the guy or know the book. I'm telling you, this book will revolutionize your life. It's unbelievably simple, yet purely captivating. It takes you from the beginning of time to modern day history, and it explains every single thing that has happened on the way. Because we're all, I'm not a conspiracy theorist, but we're all living kind of in this matrix, right? It's a world of subjugation, and it's a really noisy, confusing world. This guy, he might be one of the smartest people on earth. He just breaks down everything you ever wanted to know, how religion was invented, how organisms have evolved, how we got to where we are today. It is also, it's so digestible. It's a great book as a gift. I would highly recommend it. I would highly recommend it to anyone. When my kids are older, I'm going to force them to read it. Rob, please do me a personal favor. Sapiens.
I will.
The name of the book. It is if there's any chance of humanity like going into this century with any type of hope for the future, you're going to have to read this book and just really understand where we came from. We're all clouded with this subjugation, right? Like things are shoved down our throat and and forced upon us, and then your perception is reality. But he just breaks it all down. And again, this is not voodoo. It's not like I don't believe in astrology. This isn't anything like that. This is a purely historical work, very, very well, documented, where he explains how we became the society that we are today.
How far into our society now does it go?
Basically currently. I mean, it doesn't go, it goes to like where we are right now today. Yeah. It doesn't go to the current political climate because it was probably written 7 to 10 years ago, but it takes you up to modern society.
Yeah.
How did you hear about this?
Yeah.
Sorry, I was interrupting you.
How did you hear about this book? Who turned you on to it?
I'm an avid reader. I read. I mean, I'm just constantly reading books. I love it. It calms my mind. Yeah. I mean, I love podcasts because I like to be really physical, and I don't mean like grappling with sweaty dudes or like homoerotic stuff.
I knew
Like
that there would be nothing wrong with that.
no, there's
Yeah.
nothing wrong with that. But like nothing about me says like, gonna fight you in an alley or anything like that. I'm all for that macho stuff, but I'm more like gardening, but listening to podcasts while I garden.
Yeah.
So I love podcasts because I can just learn things and open up my mind to areas of the world and perspectives that I never thought of. And this is a book that really just sort of lays the foundation for that. You can do it on audiobook. I'm sure it's phenomenal.
Well, I do. I wanted to ask you. So, I'm a big audiobook person. Is the right verb for me to say when I cite something from an audiobook, can I say I read the book?
That's a great question. I mean, I think you have to take this back a little further. When you talk about, because we're talking about television and podcast today, people think a viewer and audience is the same thing, and they're not. Viewer implies someone who can view, and that's someone who's watching something. And even though you're listening, it's typically on TV. So then on the audio book, it is audio. So you're the audience. Now with a podcast, it's a hybrid because someone can listen to this and they can listen to us to talk today, or they could watch and then they get to see Big Teddy, although he's now completely immobilized. And you can see that. But the point, so to answer your question, I think it's totally acceptable to say I read it. The implication there is that people associate reading with being intelligent, and because it does take extra work. So maybe you're kind of patting yourself on the back a little bit too hard, but if you know the content, no one's going to know anyway. So I feel very comfortable saying that.
Okay. All right. Because I was always like, well, I didn't read it, but
you're almost embarrassed.
I know it. Yeah, I'm embarrassed.
It's okay because I'm the same way. Like you're saying, like, I'm embarrassed I didn't read it, but it's okay because the point is that you collected that knowledge. And
I'm a multitasker. I can't just sit and read a book.
I get it. I mean, what, like a pager, yellow pages, a library, books, these are all things that don't exist anymore.
Yeah. Okay. I think the yellow pages do exist. I'm not sure why. Yeah, I think there's a big business. I think the yellow pages.
Fair enough.
Yeah, they used to like just drop it off at my house. Like, well, if I ran for office, that would be the #1 thing I'd get rid of. Abolish the yellow pages.
What about unsolicited junk mail? I mean, how much of your mail? I would say 98% of my mail is junk. And I'm an environmentalist. So I call every single company and I say, can you please take me off your list? And they're like, yeah, so sorry, no problem. And it comes the next week. It is criminal. I want you to imagine an alien landed in the backyard and they said, hey, what are you doing today? I said, I'm going to get my mail. And they said, oh, explain mail to us. No problem. I go to this box. I open it up. It's magical. I don't know what's going to be in it. Mostly what's in it is garbage, but then also 2 or 3 things that will enrage me. And the aliens are like, well, why do you do this? And I'm like, I don't know. That's just the society we've developed. You know what I mean? And so people voluntarily send you shit you don't want. And I'm like, welcome to the world. Welcome to Earth. Yes.
Yeah.
What is going on there?
And you're a very successful person. That can I ask you what do you do with all this? Because I'm wondering, like, how does a normal person deal with this? I got like a stack of like credit card applications. Well, I guess I got to shred it. I can't just throw it out. And it's just like I have a pile of stuff that I have to now figure out how to dispose so hackers can't get me.
Rob, I love that you ask this. And this is why Rob Has a Podcast is the best podcast show in the world, because we give you real value. We give you tools that you can go home with. You can easily Google different ways to remove yourself from junk mail lists. There's also a website called catalogchoice.com. Big fan of that. You go in, you put the catalog, and they will unsubscribe you for it. Believe it or not, and you're going to have to excuse me because I can't remember the name. There's another service, and it costs $1 total. Catalog Choice is one of them, but there's 3 or 4, and you can opt out of mail. And it doesn't work perfectly, but it does work really well temporarily. So basically what happens is, instead of getting a mountain of junk mail, over the course of about 6 to 8 months, it'll trickle down to none, and then it'll start to trickle back up. So you do have to do it every couple of years, but it does work, and I highly encourage everyone to do that.
I'd love it. Will, have you kept up with the traders this season?
I am very close friends with Danielle Reyes.
Yes.
And, I played Big Brother All-Stars with Danielle Reyes 20 years ago. And she is one of the few players that I am terrified of. When I played on Big Brother with her, I went right at her and had to get rid of her quickly because she is an absolute force. I am so happy to see her back on the Traders. I do not know what happens on that show. I have no idea, but I will tell you this. If you're playing against Danielle Reyes, get ready to get kicked in the ass because she is a phenomenal, phenomenal player. So yes, I'm keeping up with it. I love the concept. I love the concept of, people call it murder game or wolf game or whatever it is, wolfman game. But if I had to bet and I had to gamble, I will pick Danielle Reyes every day of the week.
Yeah. Okay.
If I went on a show, Rob, if I went on Traders this season and Danielle Reyes was there, I would have just left.
Just leave.
I would have just walked out.
Just leave. Because I have such a hard time of, like, I go on social media and people say, like, okay, this is, late stage, end times, we're doomed. But then on the other hand, I see, like, hold on, it's 2025 and Dr. Will Kirby and Danielle Reyes are on my television playing as active players on TV shows.
I love it. And also there's another Big Brother.
Make it make sense.
Brittany is on that show, and also the Rachel is on the food show.
Yes.
Frankie Grande is on the Food Network, Heroes vs. Villains. This is the golden age of reality contestants. And Rob, I'm putting it out in the universe. Deal or No Deal Island, Traders, The Amazing Race, Big Brother. Would you go on Big Brother?
I would,
okay.
I think. Yeah.
Big Brother, put Rob on. I will have to caution you, Big Brother is a whole other level of, it's just a different.
Yeah. Well,
but,
you know what?
Please, can we get Rob on the show? And Rob, if you go on a show for free, I will cover your podcast while you're gone.
Oh, please. Okay. That's just for that. I'll go. Just put me into, like, sequester. I don't even have to actually compete on the show. But Will, what I was thinking about as I was getting ready to do this interview, and I thought about, you were such a big influence on me in my, I don't want to say as a young person, but in my younger days. And I think it was more so from watching you on the live feeds, more so than the actual television show, which was wonderful. But I feel like that those times getting to watch you on the live feeds, you were saying, I'm going to entertain these people. I'm going to give them a show. I don't think that people on the live feeds, and maybe they frown against this, I don't think people on the live feeds try to entertain the audience at home in the way that I felt like that you tried to.
Thank you so much for your kind words. I love that you recognize that. I just, from the bottom of my heart, I really appreciate that. Again, to me, this is entertainment. I'm the biggest television fan you've ever seen ever since I was a child. And, it is my dream and my privilege and my honor to entertain people on TV. And the new era of players, they're affected. You know what I mean? Again, this goes to my thoughts on social media. I think it has really affected them. And we've lost some of this, hard scrabble, slobber knocker, just like hard work that you have to do to entertain people. And again, it's a little bit like professional wrestling or even like punk rock music. It's like, you don't have, you should either hate it, the person, or you should love the person. But what you don't want to do is be in the middle where the person doesn't mean anything and is just boring. And to me, this day and age, you have, it's almost too specialized. You have contestants who are really good looking or who are really athletic or who are really, funny or who are really volatile. But to have somebody, and I'm going to flatter you again, someone who can evolve and change and shapeshift and just really excel in any forum. That's what I find most interesting. And with Big Brother, I didn't really realize this going in. I was very naive. There was nothing to compare it to. I didn't realize how much downtime there was going to be. And so I recognized pretty quickly that I better entertain everyone else. And the only way I can do that is to entertain myself. So if I can make myself laugh, I know someone else out there is laughing too.
Yeah. Well, you talked about how that you were the biggest TV fan. And this is something also that does not compute to me, because I feel like, the people that I know, the other people I know that are big TV fans, and if any of you listening, I mean this with love and respect. Some of these people, there are reasons why they turn to the television instead of interaction with other human beings. Maybe that they just were shunned by society. But when I imagine you as a young person, I imagine that you probably, had a lot of different opportunities to interact with other human beings. How could you know so much about television?
Yeah, again, thank you so much. You're so flattering, Robin. I appreciate it. I'll tell you a story. It's actually not that interesting. You know, when I was in elementary school, I really wasn't doing very well. I would have a lot of fist fights. I was causing a lot of problems. Even as an elementary student, I was skipping school. I was getting bad grades. And my parents, you know, were really frustrated with me. And they said, you know, like, look, we're willing to negotiate. We don't know what else to do. We've tried everything. And I said, you know, I just want, and this is pretty unreasonable, but I was like, look, they were like, what can we do to, you know, your behavior, we're going to work on that with you, and your grades, you know, we know you're very smart. What will it take for you to get all good grades? And without even thinking, I was like, I want to watch TV whenever I want. I want to take all my meals in front of the TV, and I just love television. And my parents were like, look, we don't know what else to do. Do whatever you want, but you got to get great grades. And I said, if I get all A's, you'll let me do pretty much whatever I want. And they were like, we don't know what else to do. So I just spent a lot of time watching TV, and I love TV, and listen, I came from a different era. I love the Love Boat and the Dukes of Hazzard and the A-Team and Idrina Genie, and, you know, and the funniest comedy you'll ever see in your entire life is the Three Stooges. And people today don't even know what the Three Stooges are. I mean, it's such a crime. The Little Rascals. I mean, I have watched hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of thousands of hours of television in my lifetime. And if you look at someone like Malcolm Gladwell, you know, he said it was I think it was the 10,000 hour rule, if I recall. And it's like, if you do something for 10,000 hours, you'll become an expert. Now, what's funny is Malcolm Gladwell, he's a little bit of a charlatan. He actually took that.
Yeah, was that debunked?
Well, no, not only has it been debunked, but he actually borrowed that concept from a professor at Florida State University by the names of Anders Ericsson. And Anders Ericsson, it isn't 10,000 hours of doing something. It's 10,000 hours with active feedback every single one of those hours. So if I gave you a flute right now, Rob, and I gave you 10,000 hours, at the end of 10,000 hours, you're not going to be better at playing the flute. But if I give you that flute and have a flautist and the world's best orchestra with you and all these other people, at 10,000 into 10,000 hours, you're going to be phenomenal. So my point here is that, and this is no different than medicine, dermatology, anything in life, it's not putting more time into the project. It's putting time into the project and taking active feedback from others. So when I was the host of my, you know, in my middle school, I created the daily announcements where I would read the announcements to the entire school every single day. And I sucked. And I would go into class after reading them and people would boo. And, you know, then in high school, I was the host of the talent show every year, and I sucked and people wouldn't laugh. And this is going to digress for a second, but then I'll get to my point. I'm a very analytical person. I'm very data driven as a scientist. When I was in high school, when I was in 10th grade, I said, you know, I really want to be funny. I really want to be entertaining. And I said, where are the funniest people in the world that I can access here in Tallahassee, Florida? Because we didn't have comedy clubs, you know, I didn't have access to those things. And I realized I was pretty funny. And I realized the funniest people that I knew, all the funniest kids that I knew, had to go to summer school because they were failing out of school and they were fucking hilarious. So I purposely enrolled in summer school, and I went to summer school for no other reason than to learn the art of comedy from the really bad kids at the school. And I'm telling you, the kids at my high school summer school, it was a summer school where they brought in multiple kids, all the worst kids from all the high schools who couldn't pay attention in class because they were hilarious. Rob, I'm telling you, I would show up early every day and I would leave late every day, and I would cry the whole day because it was so, I mean, we would literally pee on ourselves a couple times a week because of how funny it was. And the teachers would get frustrated and they would laugh. These are the funniest people on earth. And we know that tragedy and comedy are not that far off. These are disturbed kids. They had a lot of family problems, and they were so unbelievably funny. But what I recognized is, yes, what you're saying is television can be a coping mechanism. It can be a way to sort of fill a void in your body, no different than comedy, no different than alcohol, no different than cupcakes, no different than pizza, Abby, or flowers or anything. It can fill these holes, but it comes down to whether you're just passively filling that hole, or where you're going to actually recognize that you only get one shot at life. And if you dig deep, which is incredibly painful, and you go outside of your comfort zone and you do things that you don't feel comfortable with for yourself, to make yourself laugh, to challenge yourself, ultimately that's going to result in really positive aspects in everything else in your life. So again, you've heard me say it many times. I want everyone listening to this to apply for a show. You don't even have to get on the show. You don't have to do well on the show, but just the act of doing that is going to make you recognize that you can do things you never thought you were capable of. What would you do if you knew you wouldn't fail? And it's a cliche, but like, think about it. You could do so many millions of things. There's a little guest appearance from Cash Kirby. He's going to his basketball game.
No, we can't see. I thought you're like motioning to people inside the
I
library.
can take you right now. You got to smile. I'm talking to Rob. It's the best podcast in the world. Can you say hi to Rob?
Hi, Rob.
And Abby. She got flowers yesterday. Tell
What's
Mom
up, Cash?
Tell Mom to take you, okay? Good luck, buddy. I'll be there. I won't be there. But
Okay.
anyway, Rob, look, what's more important? Me spending quality time with my child, watching him develop his basketball skills, or talking to reality fans?
Well, how many
about
times have you
Philadelphia
seen him
Island?
play basketball?
Yeah, no, we're going to talk about. I've been waiting 10 years to get on this podcast. So, Philadelphia Island, 9 p.m. Tuesday night, NBC.
Yep.
It's a phenomenal show, and you can be on it. Apply for these shows. I'm telling you, someone listening right now, in 10 years, much in the same way you said you were inspired, Rob, they're going to say, you know what? I was listening to your podcast, and that jackass Dr. Will was spouting off, and a bear came in to promote his bear strip club. It was weird. But I went on the show because of you, Rob, and I love it, and it changed my life. And that's
Yeah, wow.
everyone listening.
Yeah. You know, but we might not be here today if it wasn't for you. Have you thought about that? Have you thought about that?
Well, I mean, Big Brother wouldn't exist today, but it wasn't just me. I mean, I got lucky on the show, but it's also, it's the other characters. You know, Big Brother 2 had the most phenomenal cast you've ever seen. Monica, I'm really close friends with Monica today. I'll go to New York and I'll see her. She works at Radio City Music Hall. These people were beasts. Hardy, fun. I mean, incredibly good looking, incredibly athletic, completely jacked. It was a whole other level back then. And so
Yeah.
the cast was absolutely incredible. And I will tell you, Rob, I've never had goosebumps from Big Brother 2 until I went on DONDI. The reason the show was so great, and please bear with the show, it gets better. Anyone on the show could have won it. Dixon, phenomenal. Seychelles, phenomenal. Lachelle, phenomenal. MG, David, Parvati, Rock,
Yeah.
all of these Storm, every single person. Philip is going to be on 100 shows. Even Sydney, every one of these people, larger than life character, unbelievably fascinating, shockingly intelligent, unbelievably athletic. I'm telling you, this is a dream cast.
Well, can I also do some show and tell with you?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Okay. I hope that you enjoy this. Okay. This is something that I have in my possession. This was given to me by a fan some years ago, and I don't know what to do with it because it's rather cumbersome.
Throw it away.
It's rather cumbersome, and it has no. I guess I could hang it on like with a nail or something.
Okay.
I have a signed cast photo of the entire Big Brother 2 cast. And I want to share with you my favorite thing about this, besides Dr. Evil, Will.
Okay.
You kind of dropped that Dr. Evil. It was like it
was barely part of the
2001.
show, but it caught on. But it's not great. That's not great for PR.
I like that movie, but okay. So I'm one of the few people with a Justin, I forget his last name, Seebeck autograph. And it says here, I'm the guy that effed this mother effer out. Justin.
He was. I love Justin. Just for those.
And he wrote the FUCKED, but then on this mother F, I don't know if he was running out of room, like ...
He didn't want to insult anybody by using it twice. Let me tell you something. On Big Brother 2,
that's in comedy writing, you don't use the same word twice.
Right, exactly. On Big Brother 2, for those of you who don't know, back in 2001, Justin was removed from the show. Again, this is not, I don't know why I'm smiling. This is not good. He held a knife to the throat of his showmance. You go online and watch it. And so he was removed from the show, and he was in my original alliance. And then I woke up one day and he was gone. And I was like, I'm in a lot of trouble here because does anyone know? We just woke up and the guy wasn't there. We're like, does anyone know where he went? And they just said he's been removed. And I was like, oh crap, the main guy in my 2-person alliance has been removed. I better pivot. I better do a Rob Cesternino and evolve real fast. And so
real quick,
anyway, he got kicked out. He's had a lot of legal trouble since then. I don't know where.
I don't know. I haven't heard anything about what he's up to.
He was one of the funniest dudes I've ever met. I love the guy.
I bet he went to summer school.
He definitely did. If you ever want to go find comedy, go to summer school. Why?
Oh, I think it's a find Justin.
You should. You know what? I mean, I don't want to tell you how to do your job, Rob, but you know what would be fascinating if you did like kind of an American Idol, but for comedians in high school at summer school, go to any summer school. They are the funniest kids in America. They're not going to be able to make it on their own because of their socioeconomic conditions, because of other, mental health issues. But if they had the right mentor,
this might be their only way out.
I'm telling you, they're the funniest people in the world. And why wouldn't they be?
Yeah. Okay. I want to go back to the wheel. Okay. Well, this one we might just skip this one. It's the benefits and detriments of social media. And I kind of feel like we covered it.
That.
Yeah. So
yeah, we covered that. I mean, here's the thing. If you're fine, put a timer on your phone. You know how you can put like a timer on kids' phones? You can put a timer on your own phone. Put a timer for 30 minutes on your social media. And if your timer clicks, be an adult and just turn off your social media. It's terribly addictive. I'm addicted to it too. I love reptiles. Like I'm not addicted to alcohol. I'm not addicted to drugs. I don't do anything. I don't even drink coffee, but I love turtles. And I will go on Instagram and look at turtles for 3 or 4 hours. So I have to remind myself to not do it because you get that little dopamine hit. There's a real chemical reason in your brain why it feels good. And you got to cut that off and go cold turkey.
What kind of turtles do you look at for 3 hours? Just all different ones? Like it's like a live stream of a fish tank?
I have a gorgeous fish tank. Sternothermus odoratus, the common eastern musk turtle, is my favorite. I don't know why. I just like them. I'm big into bicephalid turtles, which are rare two-headed turtals. And
yes,
what's funny is
and famously that your interview with Sharon that you did was it last year? Adam and Steve.
Sharon Tharp.
Yes.
Oh, I love Sharon Tharp. Have you ever had her on as a guest?
Yeah, she's been on as a collaborator. She's actually going to be an interview with her on the podcast networks this week.
Oh, she's great. I love Sharon Tharp. She's great. Watch her podcast too, just to cross promote here. She has a great podcast. Really sweet person. Yeah. So anyway, yeah, I have rare dogs. Like I just, like I have weird hobbies. And, but again, the way that I think a lot of people develop hobbies because they think they're going to be cool to their friends or family. And, I pick my hobbies about what I think is cool. And then I make it cool to me. And if you don't like it, that's fine. It's just great. It's just kind of, I come from a long line of cowards. So like, I'm not going to go do jujitsu and get sweaty and dislocate my shoulders. That's not what I'm going to do. But I'll look at puppies all day.
How many pets do you have?
Well, right now I have a party Yorkie, a beaver Yorkie, and then a regular Yorkie. So I really am into piebaldism and Wardenberger syndrome in dogs. Those are dermatological conditions that occur in humans, but then they show up in dogs as well. You want to see my dog?
Sure.
Awesome. Okay, don't
sure.
Hold on.
Shout out to the dogs at the crib.
Big Blue, here he is.
Okay. All right. Will has disappeared off into the background.
This is a very rare dog here.
Yes.
This is Big Lou.
Lou.
There he disappeared. He can disappear. That's why he's so rare. He's magical.
Yeah. Incredible.
Big Lou is he's 6 pounds.
Yeah.
And he has piebaldism. So he's a Yorkie, but he has white spotches. And it's not albinism and it's not vitiligo. It's called piebaldism. So he has, if you look in his little mouth, I don't know if you can see this. He has a little spotted tongue and he's got a little spotted belly. Sorry for showing his dog penis on camera.
That's okay. It's in and out.
Yeah. And also dog penis is like, that's not his fault. He's not like trying to like solicit underage dogs to look at his
nobody penis. Like flag the video on YouTube.
Right. Yeah, guys, it's just dog penis.
Be
it's
cool.
And also he has been fixed, so we don't have to see his testicles. Anyway, he's an awesome dog. They're unbelievably smart. They're very small. Oh, look who's here. Come here. This is my Yorkie. She's 2 pounds.
Yeah.
Millie. She's wonderful. Okay, that's it.
Okay. And they all get along?
Oh, they love each other. I mean, they're pack animals. So you just have to do well with dogs, you just have to set the stage of the pack. So
you're the pack leader.
I'm not a dog trainer by any stretch, but like my dogs are very well behaved and very loving.
Yeah. And then so those are the dogs that I know you love turtles. You have any other reptiles?
No, I don't really like other reptiles. I mean, I'm like fascinated by snakes and lizards and salamanders and things like that. But for me, whatever reason, what my kink is the turtles. It's just what I like. I don't know why. I always have. Like there's pictures of me as a little kid with turtles. I just like turtles.
Okay. All right.
Insects too. I'm pretty interested in insects. Again, if you have hobbies that are weird to me or to Rob, that's fine as long as I don't hurt anyone else. So let your freak flag fly high. And there is somebody out there, you think that like you're alone in this world, go to the turtle forums. There are some real weirdos out there. You think I'm a turtle weirdo? I mean, I've developed friends with turtle people who've been arrested for like turtle smuggling. I don't agree with that. I don't do that. I would never do that. But like when you get into it, any hobby, no matter what it is, people do get sucked in too far.
Where are they smuggling? They're smuggling the turtles into the United States?
No, it's not. It's even just continental, Louisiana to Oklahoma, things like that. I mean, there is a
You
lot of
can't cross
smuggling,
state lines with certain turtles.
and especially in excessive amounts, because they could cause problems within that own ecosystem. But there is a big problem with smuggling turtles out of the country too, because like for instance, the eastern box turtle is such a gorgeous turtle. They have these bright splotches of orange on their shell and on their face. And in Asia, they're pets and they're great pets, but they really are, they don't have them there. So needless to say, they'll pay top dollar. And so, if you don't have a great socioeconomic situation and you're in a rural area, you can just pick up box turtles and sell them in China for a lot. So it's unlawful, but it does happen. And I'm very much against it.
Could the banker entice you with any amount of money to sell one of your pets?
No. Like Rob, I'm very, very fortunate because I've gotten to the point in my life where I'm well off financially, but I have never been money driven. I mehave joked about it, and of course I want to be very, very comfortable, but to me, true wealth is having an interesting life. And I have a really fascinating life. I have good family and friends. That doesn't say I don't bitch at my kids and don't argue with my old lady and stuff, but I have an extremely wealthy life because of the experiences I've built. And again, they say like the worst part of being poor is that it takes up all your time. Like that's kind of a joke, but like once you become older and mature, you realize that time is your most valuable asset. So I'm 52. I probably have hopefully 30 good years left. That's only 30 spring breaks. That's 30 summers. You know what I mean? So I could work myself to death and make more money, and I easily could do that. But then what would I buy? I would buy more dogs and turtles, right? But then you just are the crazy guy in the neighborhood who has, it looks like the Iditarod with like, a ton of small dogs. So needless to say, there isn't amount like I love reality television. And of course there are, anyone will do anything for enough money, but I've luckily reached the point in my life where like, I feel very comfortable and nothing is driven by money these days.
Okay. Let's go back to the wheel.
Yeah. Could the banker give you, what's your dream pet, Rob?
What's mine?
Dream pet.
Dream pet. Oh, well, that's on the wheel. You want to jump to that?
Sure. Watch this. It's going to pop up. There it is. Let's see how good I am.
This is astrophysics with a subcategory for UFOs.
Yeah.
Do you want to skip to dream pets and come and go to
sure,
UFOs?
Whatever. We can do both.
Yeah. I have one dog. We have a golden doodle.
Yeah.
I love the dog. Dog is good. Dog is very well trained. The dog really likes my wife and I. She's a little touch and go on the kids. They're a little. I think she would prefer to be an only child. Yeah. And so she's great. She's great.
Again, you'll never. I mean, we don't even deserve dogs. They're so sweet. I will tell you. Like my niece has an incredibly dumb dog. People inbreed the dogs and they adopt dogs and. That like the dumb dogs really need to have access to a farm so they can just run around all day and roll around in the dirt. Like whatever reason,
like a summer school for dogs.
Exactly. We should have summer school for funny kids.
Like they're funny.
Like right next door is summer school for dogs. But like if you have like sometimes you meet people with a dumb dog and you're like, this is not good. So it takes a lot of work, but you want that dog to be comfortable. But there is an intelligence quotient. Some dogs are smarter than others. Like giant poodles are really smart.
Yeah. Just to circle back to dream pet. Dream pets would be my same exact dog, but then that would not eat my headphones when I leave the wire dangling off the desk.
So it's okay if the dog nips at the children and bites them on the face, but don't touch
fine. The children will heal. If you ever go to like put a headphone in and it's just a frayed wire because the dog ate them.
Right. And that's not good.
And you can't yell at them. They already did it like 2 hours ago. They don't know what they did.
Right. They don't have a time reference. You know how you'll see like a dachshund, like a long body but short legs?
Okay.
Right?
Yeah.
Like or a corgi, right? Like a long body, short. You know what I want? I want long legs, short body, like a daddy
like a giraffe
dog, like a baby giraffe, like a Yorkie body, but then like Great Dane legs. That's what I'm working on. Can you imagine
breed that?
Oh, that'd be, everyone could have one. And they would wrap around you like Alien Romulus. Be incredible.
How do you feel about when people get the dog's DNA frozen and then almost like a Jurassic Park situation
Sure.
where that then they clone the dog?
Right. So that is someone who doesn't understand science, because genotype and phenotype are completely different. And that's why you have multiple kids. And even though they have the same set of genes and the same parents, they look completely different. So when people say, I'm going to clone my dog, and in the future, when we have the technology, I'm going to bring my same dog back, it won't be the same dog. It'll have the same DNA, but it's no more likely to be the same dog than it is the brother or sister of your existing dog today. So a lot of time, this is why we need common sense in politics. People come up with these crazy ideas and then they monetize it and then they sell it. And it's like, that's a dumbass idea. You know, it's not how that works. So anyone who has their dog frozen, or is considering freezing their dog, or is trying to save money and just put their dead dog in a Ziploc bag and tossed it in their freezer, like in an igloo cooler, it's not going to work. That's not how genetics work. So we have to bring common sense into everything.
Yeah. Okay. And with that, astrophysics was a topic that you submitted. Subsection on UFOs is acceptable.
Yeah. You know, I'm positive that we've never been visited by aliens. Keep in mind, UFO stands for, you know, unidentified flying object. It doesn't mean that it's alien spacecraft. There is no means by which aliens could have visited Earth. That technology doesn't exist in any way, shape, or form as we know it. And if they did, why would they just, you know, none of it adds up, right? Like none of that adds up. But I am fascinated by astrobiology, and what they have found not that long ago is that, you know, there's approximately 100 billion stars in our galaxy, but no one knows how many galaxies there are. There may be 100 billion galaxies. It may be an infinite number of galaxies. But what they have found is that, and this is relatively recent, every single star has at least one planet around it. Now we're talking, and many stars have multiple planets. So we're talking 100 billion stars with well over 100 billion planets in our solar system alone. But astrobiology is now not a new field, but a relatively new field, and it can see the different gaseous components of some of those planets. And there's certain gases that are associated with life, like methane. So I think the future is going to be, you know, looking at these different planets, finding that Goldilocks planet, really having the astrobiologists dig in deep on it, and then really seeing what level of life is available on those planets. So it's a fascinating time. Elon Musk is wrong. We're not going to Mars. There's no way to counteract the radiation on Mars. Again, this is common sense. You can be as ambitious as you want, but it's completely unrealistic that in the next 5,000 years, people will ever be able to spend any time on Mars.
5,000. Wow.
I mean, look, we're going to send somebody there and cause them incredible physical ailments and then bring them back, but it won't accomplish anything because you're not going to have a livable planet.
Yeah.
Nor do I think we necessarily need to put our resources into that. But it is fun to dream, and I am of the belief that there's other creatures and worlds out there. Are they intelligent? We don't know. This may just be luck, right? Like a reality show. Life might just be pure luck. But, you know, I do have a level of confidence that there's more in the universe, and there's just so much we don't know. We can't even begin to understand what we don't know. It's just fascinating to me.
Okay. A lot to unpack there. Have you ever watched the show For All Mankind? On Apple TV.
On Apple, yeah.
Yes. It's an interesting show.
Apple, you know what's cool about Apple? Again, I'm a prolific TV watcher.
Yes.
Apple's not afraid to create shows that don't really go anywhere. You know what I mean? Like I'm watching Silo. I read the book originally, Wolf. Season 1 was okay. Season 2's terrible. It feels like I'm working out. Like I'm have to power my way through it. But Apple doesn't give a shit. Like they don't care because they don't care about the ratings. So they're just like, hey, we bought this and here it is.
Yeah. Sometimes I watched For All Mankind and I feel very special because I feel like that I don't think anybody else is watching this show. And I feel like that they've spent millions and millions of dollars to try to entertain me, you know, so I do appreciate that. But for all those shows, you know, it's not Deal or No Deal Island, Tuesday nights on NBC, 9 p.m.
What's the best show, Rob? Like what's the best scripted show that you've seen in the last year?
In the last year, I think that's hard. I really loved Succession, but I feel like that there hasn't really been a show, a scripted show that's really has gripped me. Wow.
I might have to hang up. Just kidding. I'm going to tell you the answer to this question.
What is it?
I'm going to give you 3. I just wrote them down really quickly. Number 1, Penguin on Max.
Okay.
Max. It is, if you are a superhero fan, it has nothing to do with that. If you are a mob fan, this is a mob show set in Gotham. Colin Farrell is phenomenal. 10 out of 10. Penguin, watch it start to finish. It's The Godfather, but in Gotham.
Okay.
Number 2 is Ripley on Netflix. The Talented Mr. Ripley, a different version of that. Have you heard of it?
No, I heard the original, not the Netflix
Phenomenal.
version. Yeah.
They put it in black and white, which I absolutely love. But the average viewer is not that smart, and they're not going to watch black and white.
Mhm.
Number one reason people watch The Simpsons: bright colors. That's what the NPS scores show. That's the
Wow.
number one way people respond. So it doesn't have to be intelligent. I loved Ripley. 10 out of 10. I'm sure it's going to win some Emmys. I don't know how that works, but please watch Ripley. And then I will tell you a show that wasn't really in my wheelhouse and one I would have not normally watched, but I became obsessed with it, is Dahmer. The acting was absolutely crazy. Spoiler alert, he eats a couple people. Okay, don't kill the messenger.
Mhm.
Abby, calm down. I don't recommend cannibalism. I'm not into. Okay.
No.
I would try it, maybe, if I was hungry enough. Like if you're in an airport.
Oh, not the show.
Yeah, the actual act of eating another human. But
Mhm.
the point is, Dahmer, phenomenal.
Not DONDI.
Phenomenal show. No, not DONDI. Both are very similar. There's a lot of like dark stuff going on, but no, this is Dahmer, and I loved it. I thought it was excellent.
Yeah. Okay. Back to the astrophysics. Now, I know you're a noted sci-fi fan. You appeared in the book of Boba Fett. I'm surprised that you feel like that this type of interstellar travel isn't possible.
Well, it just, as it stands today with the current physics we have, it's just not even remotely a possibility. That doesn't mean that look, the universe is very old. I mean, there may be a civilization that's billions of years, older than us, and they have these things figured out. I mean, think about it. We didn't fly until 1907.
Yeah.
That wasn't that long ago. And do you realize, I mean, you want to hear some crazy facts? George Washington, the first president of the United States, he never even contemplated the existence of dinosaurs because fossils had never been found when he was alive. Can you imagine? Like, we really haven't been in 1908, outside of Africa, gorillas were a rumor. They were a rumor, right? Like it wasn't even, they didn't even exist. People had heard about them, but like no one had ever seen one. Like it just wasn't, people like talked about it, and the British were like, nah, it's not a real thing. So, I mean, like, we're not really all that involved. Like, we're not that advanced compared to, given enough time. And the question is, will we eventually, will we continue exponential growth into the sciences, or will it kind of just flatten out at some point and maybe we've discovered everything we can? I don't really know, but it is conceivable that there will be new harnessing of fusion and fission and different ways to harness energy and transport. But right now, today, I just don't believe it.
Have you weighed in on
another society may have?
Yeah. Have you weighed in on the drones? Is that okay? Can we talk about that?
Sure, I'm okay with that. I don't really know a lot about it. I mean, it was certainly, discussed in New Jersey. I've seen some incredible drone technology. This past New Year's, I was in Hawaii and I saw a Japanese drone show where they built like a dragon out of drones and it was flying around. The human mind couldn't even fathom that 100 years ago. But so the technology is pretty crazy. I mean, I think AI is going to revolutionize everything. And I know we live in a very violent world in terms of wars right now, but it is conceivable that in the future, it's going to be just like Skynet and Terminator with just the drones fighting,
Wow. I looked at, like a tweet or two. I feel like that, on the, app formerly known as Twitter, if you go on there, I feel like if you look at like a thing for too long, it's like my whole algorithm. I looked at one UFO thing, my whole timeline for you, all UFOs, more like for UFO now.
Well, Rob, I don't know if you know this, but on your iPhone, if you ever notice a tiny little orange dot in the upper right-hand corner, that means your iPhone's listening to you, listening to your conversations. Yeah, Google it. Even as you're sitting here right now, and you could turn that off. If you ever like talk about bicephalid sternothermus odoratus turtles to your friend, and next thing you know, your phone, it pops up, it's because your iPhone's listening to you. Okay. So, it is.
Is that why I just got a notification for a bisexual bear gentlemen's club?
Yes, that's right. Paradise City. Yeah. If only, and also Axl Rose, if you're listening to this, Big Teddy would really like to talk to you about licensing Paradise City, and he'll bring you into the opening act, and you guys can play live for the Dancing Naked Bears. Take me down to the Paradise City where the bears are bears and the bears are bear titties. Oh, won't you please take me home? Yeah.
What do you think? Since we're talking about Axl Rose, like, do you think that in a future Dondi season, do you think that we should bring in more celebrities? Like
Oh,
Claudia Jordan was in the first season.
where is
But
David? Where is David Lee Roth? Why is he? I mean, can you imagine, Rob? Like, I turn on my TV and you're sitting by a fire and you're like, like, hey, we got to vote someone out, and the camera pans out and it's you and Diamond Dave just crouched over a
yeah,
fire. I'm going, you're like, we got to vote out Jervis and Brendan Swain, and it's David Lee Roth. I mean, where are
smash cut to Panama.
yeah, boom, boom. Yeah, he's got
Yeah.
like a Jack Daniels guitar flying through the air. There's Eddie Van Halen. He died. It's okay. But I mean, like, where are, like, we need more like true celebrities. Hey,
Yeah.
what do you think about the Mr. Beast show? Have you been watching that?
Yeah, I've been keeping up with it. I've
What do
been
you
watching
think?
it with
Just
my
tell me the
kids.
truth.
Yeah, so I think it's an interesting format in that there is almost no character development on Mr. Beast, where we're 6 episodes, 7 episodes in. It's almost like the antithesis of what we get in other, like the reality genre that we know and love is about, okay, meet these characters. Here, these 12, 14, 16, 20 people, get to know them and follow them. This is, we're just like blowing stuff up. It's sort of like a Michael Bay movie of like, boom, you're gone, you're gone, you're gone. Well, I didn't even know who they were.
So do you like it or no? Just straight
I
up.
don't love it. I don't love it.
me
I think that
neither.
there have been like I think that there are moments of adrenaline spikes, but I'm like, all right, well, they're gone.
Yeah, I'm very opinionated about these things. I agree with you completely. There's no narrative and there's no character development, and I think that was a fatal flaw with the show. You can put as much money as you want into it, but it doesn't make me feel anything. And if I don't like the characters or hate the characters, then I get nothing out of it. I do have to wonder. This is not to take anything away from Mr. Beast, but like, if he had to start over tomorrow with just a camera and 0 followers, would it ever happen again? And my guess, and I'm just being honest, I'm really not looking for people to get enraged at me. This is just my own personal opinion. I think a lot of life is being at the right place at the right time.
Yeah.
It certainly was for me. And I don't know if he could ever repeat that again. So, my kids watch it and I get it and it's fun and exciting, but they may have given him too much creative liberty and too big of a budget, and he didn't really understand the core of storytelling. And the people who are most successful in this space, like yourself, are really good storytellers. Whether it's on a podcast or a book or on an island or wherever, they can tell a story. And me personally, I just don't feel like a story is being told. Blowing stuff up and making people arbitrarily eliminated, it's just not interesting to me. So I think that was a monumental waste of money. I think you and I could have made a better show with $100,000, and I think that really.
Let's get a meeting. Any network that's listening, yeah.
There you go.
I was gonna say a network, and then I'm like, I'm not going to.
There you go. But that set the genre back, because if YouTube is going to throw, whatever it was, hundreds of, $50 million, I don't know what the number is, at this concept,
for
and
Amazon,
then allow them to make such a bad concept, there's a disconnect, because that just means there's not enough people involved in the project paying attention.
Yeah,
and so I was just really disappointed. I actually couldn't watch it. It was so boring to me. It's it's not fun if it's arbitrary.
Something that works on YouTube, I don't think necessarily translates to television, where, each of those 30-minute episodes on YouTube with a customized thumbnail and name, that, okay, sure, people are going to tune into that, but to like keep going with the series, I don't know if it's the right format. And I just think about, like, I think they spent like $100 million.
$100 million. I mean, but if you're a YouTube executive, you have to ask yourself, like, you look at the other hosts available these days, is Mr. Beast, I'm just asking, like, is he really funny? Not really. Is he really charismatic? Not really. Does he have like a unique look? No, he's like, looks a lot older than he is. Like, is he, so.
He's like in his 20s, and he's taller than you think.
Oh, is he? Interesting.
Yeah.
So don't get me wrong.
He's 6'6".
He's done some incredible stuff. But no, I mean, look, the Beatles are probably the most well-known rock band of all time. But if you read their biography, a lot of it was luck. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It could have been a different band. It could have been someone else. So I really think he got lucky, and that's going to make him, a worldwide known figure. But it's really, really, really hard to do it twice. And Mr. Beast Games is not a good show.
So I feel like that, his luck was, being in the YouTube space at the right time when he had the, he started when he was a high school person, like making, I think, Minecraft videos, and he had the wherewithal to start making YouTube videos like at the right time, and then also the perseverance and the drive to keep doing it. And then he was really positioned in a great spot as YouTube really blew up. And so I think that you're right in terms of like, and I think this might be like also a Malcolm Gladwell thing of like, people like, Bill Gates happened to be growing up like at the right time when his family, he was like rich enough that his family could afford a personal computer, and he happened to meet the right people at the right time and go on to have the career that he had. I think about that in my own life, where I was a young enough person to have gotten in on the ground floor of like where I was young enough to, be impressionable enough to go and have the time to go leave and go be like get obsessed with reality TV, go be on a show. And it was far enough back in the past where I wasn't making crazy stuff on YouTube when I was 20, 21 years old that people could watch and then ultimately ruin my life. That technology wasn't there. And then I got in on podcasting at a early enough age where I was able to, if I started today from zero, like I couldn't do this again.
Right. It's all about timing. I agree completely. Can I tell you what I'm really happy that I never experienced? I'm glad that I wasn't involved in the era of online dating or sexting, because online dating, like how easy would that have been 20 years ago? I'm so glad I never had to deal with that nonsense. It's just a burden. You never really hear people going, you know what, I have a really successful, emotionally healthy relationship that I got from Tinder. It just doesn't exist. You know what I mean? So like, thank God I missed that. I'm glad I missed social media, and I dabble in it, but not really. But I'm so glad I don't have any of that other nonsense. It's just mental masturbation.
It's too much. Okay.
Too much.
Going back to Mr. Beast.
Oh, wait, real quick. You referenced Bill Gates?
Yes.
I know someone who knows Bill Gates, and apparently Bill Gates is a partier. Like Bill Gates, it's cool. Apparently he's cool as hell. So I love it that like, he was like, you know what? I'm a nerd like Jeff Bezos. Then get all jacked up on human growth hormone and get it, I love it that those guys were like, look, we used to be nerds. We got the hair transplants. Now we're cool.
Yeah. He's going
to have no point.
Stay the same way.
Yeah. But nerd, but loves ladies.
Okay.
He's like LL Cool J, but LLBG, Bill Gates.
Okay. Do you like it when people call Mr. Beast Jimmy? Because I find it off-putting.
Yeah. I don't think, the funny thing is, again, I'm sort of removed from this. I get it. Like you don't have to explain that I'm older and not in touch with this. When I heard his name was Mr. Beast, because my kids would watch it on YouTube, I'm like, that guy's name is Mr. Beast. Like I don't, is that irony? Like, are we making fun of him because he's nerdy? And so they gave him like this name, like, like if I called myself like Optimus Prime or like War Machine or something, you'd be like, wait, but that's a nerdy doctor. Why is he doing that? But it's not ironic. Like for some reason he calls himself Mr. Beast, and it's like, wait, what? Who okayed this? What world do we live in that this creepy older looking guy is giving himself this name? I don't get it. I just don't get it. I don't get it. So I don't care what people call it. It's fine.
Okay. No. All right. Let me spin the wheel. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Talked about Beast Games, DONDI, Tuesday nights, NBC. Okay. Number 17 is Raising Cane's overrated.
Overrated. I don't want to hear any more about it. I don't want to hear any more about this. My kids are every day, they're like, Dad, you don't feed us. Can we go to Raising Cane's? I'm like, there's fresh fruit and protein and healthy things in the fridge. I will take you somewhere healthy. I'll take you to sushi. Raising Cane's, I'm saying it right now, and I hope there's not any crazy people out there. Have you eaten at Raising Cane's?
Well, Will, this is going to be a little awkward, but I have to stop for thank one of our sponsors. This episode of the podcast is sponsored by Raising Cane's. Hey, come on. Are your kids tired of sushi? You're going to love Raising Cane's. 20% off your next order at Raising Cane's. Use promo code RHAP. Okay.
I just think it's overrated. You go there and there's lines out the door, and I'm like, again, where's the common sense? This is why I should be a politician. Where's the common sense? These are chicken wings. Chicken fingers. That's all they are. That's all we are. And they're okay, but they're not that great. So it's just highly overrated. It bothers me. And I don't think Chick-fil-A is much better,
Mm-hmm.
but they have a wider variety. You know,
The line here for the drive-through at Chick-fil-A, and so I'm in Raleigh, North Carolina.
oh,
Okay.
hell yeah. That's where MERS is located.
Okay. Like the flesh-eating bacteria.
No, not MERS is a aesthetic pharmaceutical manufacturer. They make Xeomin.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, very good.
You had me worried for a
shout out
second.
Anthony Sirhan.
Yes. Okay. But yeah, we have Chick-fil-A, and the line for the drive-through is for blocks.
But Chick-fil-A is far superior to Raising Cane's. Do you have Raising Cane's?
You know, I don't see. We have like Zaxby's and like I feel like we have Bojangles and so many different chicken places.
Bojangles.
Yeah, but I don't know if we have a Raising Cane's.
You guys have Cracker Barrel?
Yes.
I love Cracker Barrel. What's funny is like when you're young, you love to eat that stuff. And then when you get older, you're like, I'm going to die. If I eat this greasy biscuit, I'm going to die. So your palate taste changes over time. But I do like Cracker Barrel.
Okay. Raising Cane's, overrated. What was the
It's
name
overrated.
Raising Cane's refer to?
Oh, his dog is named Kane, and he raised Kane. And the guy came from Louisiana State University, and he had a business case, and he gave it, and the school didn't like it, so he opened it. And it's worth $9 billion today.
Wow.
I'm an entrepreneur. I give credit where credit is due. I think it's a phenomenal, business because it's so simple. It's literally bread, coleslaw, fries, and chicken fingers.
Yeah,
So
Texas toast. I did a lot of research here. I looked up some of the menu items at Raising Cane's.
But
Texas toast is
there's
a
only
joke.
4 items. Yeah, there's only 4 items, right?
Yeah.
So anyway, I just find it overrated. Please don't go to my Instagram and just eat it. If you like Raising Cane's, just eat it. You don't have to tell me it's good. I just personally don't like it. That's fine. I don't care if you like it. Good for you. And Kane, the dog, R.I.P. Sure, he passed away.
Okay. Well, no need to bully Dr. Will. He doesn't believe in it, but
I mean, I believe it exists. Like I believe, I want to believe aliens exist. I believe Raising Cane's exists. I believe in it. I just don't believe it's good.
What if the Raising Cane's social media account really took exception to you and then said hey, at Dr. Will Kirby, go F yourself?
I would be honored if they did that. But
do you like it when brands pick fights?
Brands have never picked fights with me. Seth Rogen picked a fight with me one time. If you go to my Twitter, you can see that. But why? Because I said that This Is the End is not a good movie. It's actually a great story. So what happened is I tweeted out, I said, This Is the End is not a good movie. You owe me $10. And I sent it out to Jonah Hill, Seth Rogen, and Evan Goldberg, just into the Twitter universe. So Evan Goldberg wrote back and he goes, too bad we have your money, ha ha. And I wrote, too bad I used your mom's credit card, ha ha. And then he wrote, and then I wrote, you might not recognize her when you get home because I shaved her back, ha ha. Okay. So then Seth Rogen said, he goes, hey, I looked you up and I'm going to tell the medical board to discipline your license. And I go, cool. When you call them, make sure you know that you're Seth Rogen from 40-Year-Old Virgin and not Seth Rogen from the Green Hornet so that they know who you are. And then I'm just the wrong person to do that with. So then Evan Goldberg, Jonah Hill, and Seth Rogen started texting me. And then Tyler, the creator of all people, got in. And you can look this up. He said, Dr. Will Kirby, you're a piece of shit. He doesn't know who I am. He was just backing up Seth Rogen. Right. But it was fascinating because friends of mine who are famous from all over the country are like, is this a joke? Like, are you guys promoting something? And I'm like, no, Seth Rogen's just annoyed that he made a bad movie and I called him out on it. It's not a good movie. Okay. So again, common sense. When you have common sense, everyone gets angry. I don't like Raising Cane's. That's common sense. I don't like, the Beast Games. That's common sense. I don't like This Is the End. That doesn't mean that I don't like Observe and Report, or I love Superbad. I love that movie, but it just means I didn't love This Is the End. That's all.
Now, I don't remember This Is the End being a good movie either, but I looked it up on Rotten Tomatoes and it has a pretty balmy, like BALM, not BOMB, rating, 82% on the tomato meter.
Because everyone's high where they're watching it. People don't appreciate real comedies like Stripes. If you watch Stripes or Caddyshack, that's comedy. You know what I mean? That's funny. If you watch, This Is the End, you'll never watch it twice. You just won't. It's overrated. Yeah.
Okay. This Is the End. 71% on the popcorn meter. Have you ever rated anything on Rotten Tomatoes?
No, would never do that. I mean, I'm familiar with it. I've utilized it, but it's, again, I'm so narcissistic. I think my opinion matters to me the most. So I don't really care. I mean, it's helpful so that you could sort through things, but I don't care if someone else likes something. I may or may not like it.
Should there be a Rotten Tomatoes for reality TV personalities where then there's like a critic score? Yes.
Definitely. Yeah, definitely. I mean, again, it's okay to participate in reality TV and it's okay to have fun with it. But if it becomes to the point where people are laughing at you, it's just kind of cruel. You know what I mean? It's just kind of sad. And sorry, let me close this door. And you see that, again, we're starting to see that happen. I mean, people are going on, they're foregoing careers. You know what I mean? Like they're spending 10 years going on shows and you can't make that much money on them. And then you have now wasted your 25 to 35-year-old age because you became obsessed like with redeeming your legacy, which is ridiculous. So I think that there's too many people trying to go on back on shows over and over and over, and it's okay to just let it go. It really is.
Now you've seen it all. Okay. You came in and you started this thing and now here you are and you're on a show with people who are on reality TV for the first time. And you're watching this whole, like the Big Brother franchise and all these people how do you feel like the contestants that play today are different from the people who played back in the beginning?
I referenced this before. Unfortunately, what we're seeing is contestants today who are affected. And affected with an A, like they just are so, whether it's subliminal or overt, they're so concerned with how they're going to be perceived by their peers because of the influx of social media that they're terrified to do anything interesting. And that's really sad to me. It's just really, really sad. Like I would rather watch a show where someone tries their best and fails and is interesting than goes to the end and win and is boring. And unfortunately, that's what we're seeing. We're seeing people who are, just not that interesting, lasting a really long time on some shows these days. And that disheartens me. It makes me kind of understand why I left the genre for so long, is because I'm so nostalgic about the old days, and maybe I over romanticize them, but I just truly believe that reality TV used to be more raw and more pure and more interesting. And generally speaking, we've lost a little bit of that. I am very biased here, and I'll tell you, on DONDI, anyone could have won the show, and that's what I love. If you watch Big Brother, as soon as the show starts, there's like 4 people where you're like, they're never going to win. They're just not going to. Like they're not, and they never do. They get out, in the first half. And that's just not interesting to me. On Deal or No Deal Island, anyone playing could have won. Everyone came in to play. Everyone was interesting. It's just a great, great cast.
Tuesday nights, NBC, 9 p.m. Do you think that it is changing back in any ways? Are you seeing any signs that maybe it is going back to how it might have been in any ways?
I hope so. I mean, I hope what we're seeing with Traders this season, or, Traders did a phenomenal casting last season and this season, DONDI did a phenomenal casting. I'm actually going to name drop those people, like Allison Kaz, K-A-Z. Look her up on Instagram. One of the most phenomenal casting directors of all time. She cast DONDI this season. My good friend Robin Cass, K-A-F-S. I'm not joking. Their names. Those are really their names. Kaz and Cass, and they cast people. What are the chances of that, right? That's bizarre. Anyway, she's phenomenal. She's a legend. She's put so many people on so many shows. She does The Bachelor. She does so many shows. But anyway, and follow her on Instagram too. But don't use social media. But anyway, those people, they're the original OG casting directors are still doing a really, really good job. And I'd like to think that the networks are paying more attention and listening to the people who know more these days. And again, that's what happened with the Mr. Beast games. There weren't enough people involved who truly had the experience and the wisdom to know the history, to know that you have to tell a story. Without a story, it's just crap blowing up. With a story, you get involved with the narrative, you feel something for the person. It makes it much more visceral, much more memorable. It gives you a bigger dopamine boost. It's a better experience overall.
Okay. Because I could tell you just from Survivor, which is really the show that I watch the closest, that I feel like that when they came back after a year off from COVID, I think they tried to hard launch a lot of things that I feel like that the audience, a lot of twists also, but I think in terms of like the format of the show, like I think that they really tried to make it much more of like, everybody's a sympathetic figure. Everybody, we're going to really make sure, like, you know, sometimes you have people that are not that interesting and you don't need to show them. As I know, we got to show everybody, we got to get everybody's flashbacks to how things are. And in these last couple of years, I think that they've gone back a little bit more return to form of like, all right, let's let people be a little bit more cutthroat and do things that are a little bit more unsavory.
So Rob, let me ask you this. I'm just going to put you on the spot and you're going to have to answer. Have you been contacted for Survivor 50?
No, Will.
Would you like to be on the show?
I would, yes.
I'd love to see you on it. I mean, that's going to, you know, they're already hyping it up. I think that's dangerous because they're only on what now, 48 or 47?
40, they just finished 47. 48 is going to air in February.
Yeah, so I mean, the problem is they're hyping up 50 so much. People love random numbers, or I mean, round numbers, right? Like humans love round numbers. So they're hyping up 50 so much, it could undermine 48 and 49, but they're saying they're going to bring back legends for 50. And, you know, I would love to see you on that. I hope they, Jervis is another person I'd love to see on that. There's so many people. It'll be fascinating to me. I haven't, you know, I watched the one with Yam Yam. I don't really watch it otherwise. That one I'm going to watch just because I'll know some of the people.
Yeah.
And I'm really excited for that. And I really hope you're on it. And CBS, if you're listening, put Rob on that show, please.
Okay. Let me go back to the wheel. Okay.
Let's go to the wheel.
Okay. Now we have some holes in the wheel. Okay. We're going to move to the next number based off of what comes up. And it's, okay, worst Halloween candy.
Oh, Three Musketeers.
I know.
How dare you?
Yeah.
I mean, if I get a Three Musketeers, when my kids go trick-or-treating and they come home with candy, if I get a Three Musketeers, I'm going to go to your house and punch the dad in the face. Do not ever, ever give me pennies, Three Musketeers, an apple.
What about a Milky Way?
No.
Same difference, right? What is even the difference? One has caramel.
But also, Rob, why can't I buy a big giant bag of Halloween candy with only the good candy? I don't need the Milky Way in there. I don't need the Three Musketeers. I don't need candy. Don't ever give me a Tootsie Roll. Never.
Yeah. Oh, well, that's only, I don't even think they make any new Tootsie Rolls. I think they're just giving out the ones they made in the 70s.
Yeah, from the past. So here's the thing. Again, if I was ever going to be a politician, common sense. The first day in the office, I'm going to meet with all the Halloween candy manufacturers. And I'm going to say, no more Three Musketeers. No more Milky Way. Look, I'm willing to negotiate on mounds. Okay. Yeah. I'm willing to negotiate on that. But because a little coconut here and there, especially for our Hawaii contingent, I'm okay with that.
Sometimes you feel like a nut.
Sometimes you don't. There's I'm open-minded to negotiate. I'm not a monster, Rob. I'm open to negotiations, but there's some Halloween candy I don't want to ever see again in my whole life.
Do you think once you outlaw Three Musketeers, what will be the penalty for smuggling Three Musketeers?
Could be bootleg. I mean, there could be like speakeasies and bootleggers, but again, that's going to be transient because even
bathtub nougat popping up all over the place.
Jail in the toilet. I mean, even the dumbest person knows it's not a good Halloween candy. I mean, look, how old are your kids?
They're 9 and 11.
Yeah, so they go trick-or-treating and let them eat their candy, and then at the end of the night, see what's at the bottom of the barrel. And that's, again, how my politics is going to work. It's common sense. What's at the bottom? Yeah, there's one Twizzler that fell out of the package and it's all sticky. Of course, no one's going to eat that. I get that. The Smarties are in there. Nobody wants those. Don't put those in there. And then ultimately, it's Three Musketeers and Milky Way, and that's at the bottom. And also, Milky Way dark chocolate, that's where that's how people get shot. You never hear, like, if you listen to true crime podcast and they're like, someone was murdered and they don't know why, dark chocolate, Milky Way.
Okay. Now, are you anti-dark chocolate in general?
I'm not a big fan of dark chocolate. I will always choose milk of the two, but so I'm not like a chocolatist, but
but what about as a physician? Aren't there a lot of health benefits to dark chocolate?
You know what? I think that's a little bit like the wine industry, whereas like the worst thing that anyone ever did in the history of healthcare is say that a glass of red wine is healthy. It's just not. There's just no evidence saying that. Turns out the wine manufacturers love that, but it's just not true. So people say, well, if one glass of red wine's good, a bottle must be great. I'm going to live forever.
There's no antioxidants in my dark chocolate Three Musketeers.
That's a misnomer. I mean, what is nougat? I'm pretty sure nougat is radioactive. When we talk about the Mars, when eventually people do go to Mars,
like what's in a hot dog?
Yeah, a hot dog is just a dead gorilla that dies at the LA Zoo. They just grind it up and stick it in a hot dog. Those and Three Musketeers dark chocolate will be on the Mars lander, and that's what people will eat.
Okay. All right. That well, we got through worst Halloween candy pretty easily.
And also, Rob, if you don't like Three Musketeers, please don't email me. You can like it in your house, you freak. You Three Musketeers freak. Just don't email me.
Do you think that the people over at Three Musketeers will pick a fight with you on Twitter?
I think you could get assassinated because, I mean, clearly this is a big.
And then Raising Cane's comes in with the steel chair.
I don't want to mess with those guys. I mean, let me also state for the fact, I would like the record to show, I spend a tremendous amount of money at Raising Cane's because I go there at least 2 or 3 times a week for my kids, and I let them bring their friends. So Raising Cane's, I'm personally, again, it's not that I'm not a fan. I just personally think you're a little bit overrated. I'd be happy to consult for free. Consult for free. We could talk about desserts. You have none currently. You don't have any diet on non-caffeinated beverages. I don't like caffeine, and I'm not going to drink a drink with sugar. So Cane's, could you please bring in Diet 7-Up? That's one of my favorites. No red 40 or red number 3.
Yeah.
So I just think there's a couple ways they could improve things very quickly. And again, this is common sense. You need to have a non-caffeinated diet beverage whenever you're having your fast food, because that you have to hit every core demographic.
Will, is 7-Up still out there?
I drink Diet 7-Up and I really like it.
It still exists though, because I wasn't sure. I know there's Sprite, and then there's always one that they're changing. Yeah, Starry.
Yeah.
So
I'm a fan. I like lemon lime.
Did Starry used to be Sierra Mist?
Oh, I don't know. You know the only drink you can't order in West Hollywood? Squirt. Don't get that.
Okay.
But I am a fan. I do like the drink. But don't go to don't trust me. I learned that the hard way. Don't go to a bar in West Hollywood that has the name Squirt.
Got it. Okay. All right. Let me go back to the wheel. Still, we're not even halfway done on the wheel. Yeah.
Squirt.
Okay.
That's
all right.
fine.
The best place to retire. Now, when I saw this question, Will, are you contemplating a career retirement?
Well, maybe for reality TV, maybe. But I just am fascinated by this because some states have no state tax.
Yeah.
As an example, Texas, Tennessee, Florida, no state tax. But Florida has astronomically high real estate taxes. Same with Texas. So they're going to get you one way or another, right? So, but also Florida, you know, in 30 years, it might be underwater. I love Florida. I used to live in Florida. Florida is where I grew up, but it's very low sea level, right? So, you know, a couple big storms and it might be underwater. 25 years ago when I lived in Miami, we would have big rain and it would get 12 inches deep in like major metropolitan parts of Miami. So the future is not looking good for Florida. It could be underwater. So like, is that really where you want to retire? Because right now today, it'd be kind of fun if there was a big storm and everyone survived and there was a lot of water. But when I'm 85, I don't really want to have to be that guy on the roof of the house with the dog looking all waterlogged.
With all the dogs.
Yeah. I don't know. What, say again?
With all the dogs.
With all the dogs. Yeah, I'll have a lot by then. And maybe I'll use
the turtles will be fine, but the dogs.
Also, the little dogs with the long legs, they'll swim.
They'll be fine.
I'm not worried about them.
It's more. All right. So where are you thinking? Where's a good place to retire?
That's what I'm asking, Rob.
Arizona? Is it too hot?
No, they don't have any water, too much sun.
You don't like the sun, right?
A vampire like me is not going to do well there. I really don't know. I'm asking. I mean, I think like the Northwest has a lot of water, so that should still be good. That area should be good. I don't really know. Where are you going to retire?
I don't know. I mean, I feel like I came all the way. I was in California for 15 years. And then my wife and we built a house here in North Carolina. And then we came out here. I mean, I don't know if I'll live here forever.
But you live near, I mean, that's a great area. I mean, you still get 4 seasons without it being too cold. You guys get lightning bugs? I love lightning bugs.
We get lightning bugs. Like June. Yeah, that's good.
We don't get those.
We get a pollen season here, which I never really heard of.
Yeah, I used to live in Atlanta. That's a big thing. Like when the dogwood trees just like rain yellow.
Yeah, I don't love that. Yeah,
that's weird.
But we're going to set up shop here for a while.
I love Hawaii, but will it be underwater? I don't know. So it's just, that's really just an open-ended discussion point. I don't really have an answer. You know, if you look at quality of life, you know, the education system, healthcare system, the climate, you know, it's very tough. There's not really a clear answer these days.
Yeah. And you don't like the cold, right? I feel like you always have lived warm places.
No. Yeah, never. No, I went to Atlanta and that was too cold. That was, you know, I'm not doing that.
Yeah. Okay. Are you in the U.S.? I guess if you're going to run for office, though, I guess you have to like set up shop where you live.
Yeah, that is fair. I like Rob, I don't want to mislead you. I don't have this all, I'm not trying to plug, a website where you donate to my political campaign. That's not what I'm saying. My agenda initially is just getting rid of dark chocolate, Three Musketeers, making people have realistic expectations when they go to fast food restaurants. Secretly, I do like Squirt. So if you want to buy that, it's wonderful. I don't own the stock, but I'm not ready for any other big announcements.
Okay. All right. Let's go back.
Okay.
All right. Still a lot of bangers on the wheel. Okay.
Oh, we started off slow, but it builds, Rob.
Yes. Yes. Okay. These were in the order that you sent. I placed them onto the wheel. Worst childhood memory. Okay. This could get spicy.
Yeah, this one, I wanted to go real dark on this one just because some of these topics are easier than others.
Yeah.
What is yours, Rob? You go ahead and start.
So, I told you, I did a lot of thought on all of the questions. And so I feel like I have overall a pretty tame childhood. All of my worst memories, I think, come later in life. So I identified two that I felt like were some of my worst memories. And I really don't want to, what a privilege it is for me to not have super traumatic childhood memories. One of them is in Christmas 1987. I really wanted, I was a 9-year-old lad. I really wanted a toy I saw on television. It was a toy called Mr. Game Show. It was a little bit of like a talking, I don't even really know how it worked. I think there was an audio cassette somehow involved, but he would like...
It had a little microphone?
Like a little microphone, right. And he would like host like little fake game shows. And as a game show nut, like I was, like, wow, this guy is going to host game shows for me to play. Right. All I want for Christmas is Mr. Game Show.
Okay.
And that Christmas morning, I woke up and I did not get Mr. Game Show. And I couldn't believe it. I was stunned. I said, but this was all I wanted. Why didn't I get it? And I don't know. And I really started to think about this. I'm like, because I'm not the biggest holiday guy. I'm a little bit like, Christmas, but I wonder, like, did this ruin Christmas for me?
That was your formative years.
My formative years, and not to go like,
parents? I mean,
peel back I'm sorry.
Did you clearly communicate to your parents that you wanted that?
Oh, yes. Yes. And I didn't understand why I didn't get it. And, I'm not sure, like, because I don't know at what point, like, I got some of the inside information on how this all works at Christmas time, that they told me they couldn't find it.
Do you believe that?
I don't know. I mean, it was the 80s, like the people, there was a run on these Cabbage Patch Kids. Who knows? Yeah. Who knows? But did they look that hard?
Beanie Babies were probably big then. Maybe not.
Not yet. Not yet, I think, in 1987. And then the other one, and you might appreciate this. I don't love clowns either. And my parents had these giant paintings of clowns in the basement, and I would be terrified, and I would have nightmares that I was down in the basement, and they were chasing me. And then one night we woke up in the middle of the night. I get awoken from my bed with a crash. The giant clown painting has fallen off the wall, shattered glass everywhere.
Wow. Why did they have that painting?
I don't know.
Do they still have that painting?
No, that's broken now. They got rid of it. Also, that they had little statues of like Laurel and Hardy that were also, I used to find like statues coming to life were something I was very concerned about. And I would have nightmares about this little tiny, like foot tall, like Laurel and Hardy statues, especially who was the skinny one? Was it Laurel? Laurel, yeah, that one, like really, those two guys would come to life and chase me.
I'm so sorry to hear that. I think you just outlined the plot for It 3 from Stephen King, but I'm not sure. I think
you referenced clowns eating baby corn on the most recent episode of DONDI, Tuesday nights, NBC. 9 p.m.
I'm very much against clowns. There's a guy at our farmer's market here, and he dresses as a clown and does blow up balloons. And my kids, when they were younger, they would always try to go over there. I'm like, don't go anywhere near that dude. Mm-hmm. If you, like, I am pretty sure that 50% of all clowns are serial killers or like in training, you know, like, because why else would you ever pick that as your profession? Just to scare the hell out of people. And also, when was the last time a clown made anyone laugh, right? Like,
Yeah.
get on the trolley, see, it's 1940, and we're going to get on this wooden nickel, and we're going to go see the clowns. The clowns are terrifying. There's nothing good about them. I'm very much against them. If I saw a mime, I would also be against that. I'm against a lot of things, Rob, a lot of like basic things I don't like.
Well, it's common sense.
Now, baby corn, I am on the fence because I guess I am going to, since you brought it up, I'm going to divulge that I have been in the lab working on the world's tiniest popcorn maker, but it only pops baby corn. So what you do is you get a baby corn, you dry it out, then you take off all the little tiny corn, and then you pop it, and then it's the world's tiniest snack.
That's cute. That's
you
cute.
can share with a small. Like,
sometimes you only want just a little bit of popcorn.
Right.
And,
I don't want a whole bag.
You know, you're going to get the air popper out for, you know, like you put like 10 kernels in there.
Right. I mean, if you get the big bag, you're going to eat the whole bag. Right. So like, because and then you're going to feel sick, and popcorn, it gets in your teeth. But if it's baby popcorn, it just opens up a whole new world, a whole new food world. Like, there's Japanese food, there's American cuisine, there's French food. You know what we really haven't explored enough? Baby food, but not baby food that you feed to a baby, or baby that, or like eat a baby, not cannibalize a baby. I'm talking about foods that are tiny, 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 and then you could eat them.
Yeah. Well, what do you eat on a given day? Do you mix it up? Do you have a lot of variety, or do you have like a set meal schedule?
Oh, I love this question. So I'm a little bit of a freak. I try to get an adequate amount of protein in every day. So I try to get 100 grams of quality protein in as a minimum every day, so I can stay lean.
Yeah.
You know, each meal, you can eat a meal with 30 grams pretty easily, so it's not that hard. But you know, I do have a soft spot for junk food. Probably 1 or 2 days a week, I'll eat, and I love ice cream. I used to work at Baskin Robbins. Anyone who knows me knows I like ice cream. My kids, if we're going somewhere, they'll try to like take me down the different path if they see an ice cream shop, because they know I'm going to go in. And then, so that really is my, that's my vice. Ice cream is my vice. I am lactose intolerant, so I often will carry lactose pills with me.
Oh.
If I forget them, I thought they were right there. They're not. If I forget them, it doesn't stop me, Rob. I'll still have a lot of ice cream. Okay. And God, everyone who's nearby afterwards.
Yeah. Okay. It's worth it.
I think so. I think, what's your vice? Like, what's your, like,
yeah. So
tar heroin. Mine is ice cream.
Yeah. Heroin, I can, you know, I have a healthy relationship with. I don't over partake. I do enjoy ice cream, but I don't go crazy for it. You know, it's just some of these, you know, some of these peanut butter cups, things like that. But I try not to go too hog wild.
Well, let me put you on the hot seat here, Rob.
Yeah.
What's the best major current name brand ice cream available?
See, I wouldn't even be able to tell you. I don't buy that much.
McConnell's is amazing.
McConnell's
really good. They make an ooey gooey brownie something. It's excellent. 10 out of 10. I like Salt and Straw. I'm a connoisseur. I'm an ice cream aficionado.
Salt and Straw is a brand?
Yes, yeah, they're big. They're in major cities. They're really good. They make a malted chocolate chip, like vanilla fudge swirl. It's really good. Every year they allow people to submit their own flavors, and I often submit my own, and I never get picked.
Yeah,
but that doesn't mean I'm going to give up.
Okay. Will, did you share your worst childhood memory?
Oh no, I haven't, but I will. So I interestingly enough, I went to kindergarten in Paris. My father is a poet, and he lived in Europe, and but I don't speak French, so my family wasn't that well-to-do, and they put me in the public school system. I actually have since been, per my psychiatrist's suggestion, to go to the school and see it, but they put me in a public school system, and it was terrifying because I didn't speak one word of the language. So the first day they put me in the regular kindergarten class, and I didn't know what the hell was going on, right? It was terrifying. So I can't even believe they did this. I can't even believe anyone was allowed to do this, but this was the 1980s. The school didn't know what to do with me. And again, it's a public school in a mediocre part of Paris. So they weren't that interested in dealing with the American kid either. So they put me in I swear to God, this is true. They put me in a class for deaf kids, but the deaf kids could read lips and they could sign. Now, what language do you think they could read lips? French. I didn't speak French. So it was just really frustrated deaf kids punching me in the face every single day. So I went to school terrorized because they put me in a class as a 5-year-old with all ages up to 13 of deaf kids beating the shit out of me. And so then I had to just fight kids. So now humans don't really develop memories until they're about maybe 5 years old. And this is I find this fascinating. It's culturally dependent. In Asian cultures, for kind of unknown reasons, people will develop memories earlier, maybe 4 or 5. But you'll meet people who are like, oh, I remembered this when I was 2. I watched the Aaron Rodgers documentary and he was like, yeah, I remembered something when I was a baby. No, you didn't. That's not possible. You just don't have the wires to do that. Again, this is common sense. But one of my first memories at like 5.5 was beating up deaf kids in Paris because they couldn't speak to me and I couldn't speak to them. And I took just a ton of beatings and I beat up a lot of kids. And it was just terrible. It was a horrible experience. But eventually I learned French and I learned how to punch kids in the face and I learned how to take punches.
Now, okay, that's interesting. Have you been in a fight as an adult?
No, I come from a long line of draft dodgers and like I love to talk shit, but I'm so selective. Like if it's an old lady who took my parking spot, I'm like, get out of my parking spot. But if it's like a big dude with like, like I don't know, some sort of jujitsu sticker on his car, I'm like, you can take the spot. So, I'm really selective in my aggression.
Yeah.
But I do think that people don't honk enough. Like I'm a big proponent of honking and you don't hear enough honking these days. And I wish there was different tonation to the honking, kind of like Cantonese, like you could say the same word, but with different tones. Elon Musk should figure this out. We should have multiple honks on our car. Some of them are really aggressive. And then some of them are like,
yeah.
It's like, could you just please not bother me? And that's kind of what it is. Like, hey, get off your phone and stay in your lane.
Yeah. Is that on the car manufacturers or is that like local and state governments?
Politicians. Again, this is why I have to run for office. This is common sense. Day 2, after banning dark chocolate, Three Musketeers, and nougat in general, then I will meet with the car manufacturers and I'll say, listen, you need to have at least 3 options on your honking. And that's all there is to it. And it's simple press. The harder you mash, the louder and more obnoxious the honk is. So if someone, because like then you're going to need muscle memory to like jam it down really hard if someone's cutting you off or going to hit you. But if it's just someone bothering you, you just push a little bit and it makes like a goat bleat, like.
Okay. Let me go and spin again. Okay.
Fair enough.
Here we go. Oh, Will's choice.
Wow, I was not prepared for this. So this one, Rob, is going to go off the rails just a little bit. And it's really a question. I'm going to answer the choice with the question is, what should we do with people who fart in gyms?
Okay.
I say public execution. This is not something, we need to go hard on this.
Okay. Now, can you like detect that somebody has farted at the gym or somebody is like loudly, and proudly?
It accidentally or on purpose, they should be publicly executed in front of the gym. Because one time I was bench pressing and like in the middle of a set and a dude like silently farted everywhere and it almost like caused the bar to hit my trachea and kill me. And so it is like when you're taking a deep breath, no one should be allowed to fart in that environment.
Now, you don't strike me as a go and work out at a gym person. I would imagine somebody, and you're a person of means. We don't need to dance around that. I would imagine that you would have like quite an extensive exercise setup in your own place, but maybe when you're traveling, is this?
Yeah, when I travel, I mean, this was a while back, but no, I have things at home. My neighborhood has gyms. I try to be very fit because you never know when you're going to get the call up to the major leagues, right? Like,
sure.
You're sitting here right now chatting with me, but when this is done, you better go get a big giant blue toothpick and a Q-tip and try to fight someone because that might be on Survivor 50, right? You don't know. You got to. You don't know. So I try to be fit. You have to go put the bathtub water in and then jam your own head underneath and try to drown yourself because that could happen. They could do that.
You don't know. Yeah.
So that happened to Yam Yam. So needless to say, I try to stay really fit so I can be prepared at all times. When I got the call up to the major leagues for DONDI, I had like 24 hours notice to get across the world to the island. And so, luckily I was in fairly good shape. And you're going to see that this Tuesday at 9 p.m. on NBC, Deal or No Deal Island 2.
Okay. All right.
But anyway, I think we should publicly execute people for in the gym. No exception. No
exception. I feel like that's. I think that is it. Habeas corpus. Like I feel like shouldn't there be like the right to represent themselves? What if somebody else smelt it? Who didn't? Who then dealt it? Yeah. And I've been falsely accused.
Yeah, that is fair, Rob, and that's why in my campaign I'm going to bring in DNA testing for farting.
Infrared camera.
That would be great too. I'm all for that technology, but we're going to test for DNA farting, which is we're going to sample the air. We're going to sample the air, near the alleged incident, near the alleged farter, near the alleged fartee, and then we're going to DNA track it back.
Well, I want to be sympathetic.
They found the Golden State Killer,
I want to be sympathetic to the farter. Okay, I'm at the gym. I have to.
Go outside.
I have to go leave the gym.
Yeah.
Could there be like a farting section at the gym?
Well, a smoking section. It's right outside. There's a farting section, a smoking section, and a steroid section. If you want to shoot up, you can go shoot up steroids. If you want to fart, go to that area. And if you want to smoke and fart, you can just kind of go in between.
Okay.
Thank you.
That's fair. I wouldn't lead with that. I feel like that, look, I know how the media is. Okay. So it's like, oh, Dr. Will Kirby, he's throwing his hat in. Great. He's got a lot of common sense things. He's getting rid of nougat. Okay, great. Everybody's in. But then when they hear about, did you hear about he wants to execute people who fart at the gym?
Yeah,
I don't know,
Rob, I'm telling you, that's what you think right now, but you have no idea how many people are for executing farters. It just you have no idea.
What's it polling at?
High to quite high.
Higher than This Is the End on Rotten Tomatoes?
Much higher than that. I mean, it's like there's a scale, there's an individual scale from this, and it goes from 1 to 2, and it's a solid 1 right now.
Okay.
So it could go to 2 anytime.
All right. I mean, you'd have your ear to the ground.
This isn't a conversation you can have at the Thanksgiving dinner table, but if you have someone that you really trust, maybe your spouse, ask your wife, just go to her and say, hey, listen, where do you come down on this? Before this is my advice to anyone listening, before you get in a serious relationship, you need to sit down with that person and say, look, do we have the same core values? Do we share the same religious ideas? Do we share do we view the economy the same way? And where do you come down on executing people who fart in the gym? And do not get married unless they are aligned with your vision.
It could be the kind of thing also that like once they pull that curtain closed, like they might be 100% polling for that. Yeah,
exactly.
But in public, everyone's like, oh, I don't know about that. That's a little out there.
Until they do, and then they get in there and they're like, execute the farters. The world would be so much better off. I mean, there's so many reasons, environmental reasons, just, relationship reasons, like between friends. It's just a lot of reasons.
But as a physician, though, is there any danger in holding it in?
They never taught me that in medical school. Maybe I was sick that day. I probably just missed that portion, but I think it's okay to hold it in.
Okay. All right.
I'm not a gastroenterologist. I'm not really sure. But Rob, I'm not saying don't fart. I'm saying don't fart in the gym.
At the gym. Gym. Okay. All right.
And also, Rob, I really don't want people contacting me telling me that they love farting in the gym. I don't need to hear that.
Yeah.
Please don't bother me with that.
That's private.
Yeah.
Okay.
And,
all right.
And also, if you're dumb enough to tell me that, then when I am in political office, we are going to round you up.
You're keeping a list.
Yeah, and execute you for advocating for gym.
Now look at this. Look at this. We've hit a big empty space on the wheel. So we go to the next one that's here. Okay. Will wants to know or wants to discuss if ants are so smart, why do they live in dirt?
All the time you hear people say ants are so smart. Like any of my friends who study animals, they're like, ants are so smart. Well, why haven't they ever built anything? That's all I'm asking. There's so many things available.
They make a big hill.
I mean, fair enough, but it just washes away when it rains. Sticks, straw, like different, I just think that there is an element where we are over valuing the intelligence of ants in particular. Wow, it's really bright in my house all of a sudden.
Yeah, the sun has been trying to laser in on you this whole time.
I know. Hold on. My skin.
Your arch nemesis, the sun, has said, I don't want this to be the longest podcast ever.
Too bad. It's a marathon, Rob. We're going to find out who your fans really are. If people listen to this, there we go. If you like Rob Has a Podcast and you're a fan, we're going to find out.
Okay. All right. Well, I think we have to just, I'm getting some interference.
Oh, you are? Can you hear me?
No, no, I'm saying that.
Got it. Sorry, that was a joke. Got it.
Yes, yes. But
Okay.
the ants.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I think ants might be overrated. I love insects. I think ants are fascinating, but you know, they do spend a tremendous amount of time in dirt. I keep waiting for the next evolutionary jump in ants. Like in California, we have wood ants and they don't bite you at all. They just come in your house and eat your food. I don't mind them walking around because I love all of nature's creatures. My wife is super pissed that I don't try to kill them. They didn't hurt me.
Yeah.
And I think that what we're seeing here is that
You don't mind if the ants come in your house?
No, not at all. Like I don't have any problem. If I'm eating food, they're welcome to have a little bit. But I think
this might be why they're here.
Maybe, but I think it's a sign that they're starting to evolve and they're trying to, you know, move into better places.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Just a thought. I mean, there are evolutionary jumps of which we're not even aware, right? Like, so this may be one that we've just discovered, and the ants are like, you know what? No more dirt. We're not living in dirt anymore. We're moving into your house. And also thank you for the little bits of food.
Yeah. The problem with the ants is like an ant, no problem. But then you get like, you ever see like this whole like conga line of ants that is like, that's kind of gross.
I don't know. I mean, that to me, that feels like you're being an antist. And so I don't know why you're like, that's pretty like antist, if you ask me.
Mm-hmm.
And I know that's a whole other thing, but I'm pro ant.
Okay.
Hey guys, if you're listening to this and you don't like ants, please don't bother Rob. Please don't.
Okay. Did you see a lot of ants on DONDI?
Oh, there was a lot of bugs. I mean, it is hot. It is super, super hot. There was a lot of bugs. But you know, again, bugs don't really bother me that much. I mean, we were bitten a lot because it's a tropical setting, but no, I have nothing but great things to say about the experience. I just loved it. I mean, the water was crisp and clear. I got extremely sick, and they haven't shown that on the show. One of the reasons I was so pale, I mean, I'm pale anyway, but like I contracted typhoid, which is endemic salmonella, and I got vaccinated against it the day before, but it takes 14 days for the vaccine to kick in.
Oh my God.
It may have been some water in the shower got in my mouth or maybe brushing my teeth. But when you talk to any of the other cast members on that show, ask them what happened to me. And I was wildly, wildly ill.
You were playing hurt on DONDI.
Things were coming out of holes in my body, Rob, and I don't even know what holes they were coming out of. Wow. Yeah. There was a wall there. We experienced a mudslide, but that was me. It wasn't like an environmental disaster. It was a personal disaster.
Oh my God. Yeah. The ants are the least of the problems at that point. Right. Okay. All right. Let me go back to the wheel.
Rob, who are you going to partner with on Survivor 50? Like, I don't want to actually, like, you don't have to say the name, but like, do you go in soft or do you go in, like, people are going to know you because they've probably been on your podcast. That's an incredible advantage.
Yeah. I would think, you know, the way that you'd have to play it though, like, you know, could one, you know, capture the magic that Dr. Will had in Big Brother All-Stars, somebody who came back with the biggest target ever on their back and was this close to a second win.
Sure.
Could you imagine?
I know, I get it. But Rob, that you're ducking the question here. So the good thing about Survivor 50 is everyone's going to be a threat. You actually have a little bit of advantage because it's going to be a really long time since you've played. So some of the more recent players may have vendettas against each other, right? Mm-hmm. So, and you're going to know a lot of these people. So I don't know. I kind of think
what have I said about them on the podcast?
Okay, that's fair.
You know, I might have said something and like, I don't even remember that I said that. And then or it might have been taken out of context. And this person's like, you know what? Rob's a real a-hole. I can't believe he said I was just I had just an okay social game. Oh, that's it. He's dead.
Yeah, that's fair.
Won't it be hilarious that if we make him lose early and then he's a podcast, he's supposed to know everything and then he loses early?
Well, I mean, they're going to have to put some sort of twist in there because, you know, people are going to be there. Boston Rob, you know, like who's been on a billion shows. If you guys,
he said no. He said he's not going to go back for 50.
Come on.
You know, they just brought a bunch of the people back for 40. They've just brought back Parvati and Rob and all they did the all winner season for Survivor 40.
Oh, interesting. Interesting. Hey, Rob, can I tell you a story that really disturbed me that you were involved in?
Sure.
There was a Big Brother season, and there was a girl named Raven.
Yeah.
And at the end of the season, you asked her a question, and you said, what flavor Kool-Aid was your favorite? And I don't know what she said, but I found it extremely disturbing because with Jim Jones and that cult, they never drank Kool-Aid. It was Flavor Aid. I didn't
Flavor-Aid. I got it wrong.
Insult,
yeah.
But that is a misnomer. It's just not even true. If you read that book, he was feeding them Flavor Aid because he was too broke to give them Kool-Aid.
Yeah.
So I don't care about that you insulted Raven. I care that you insulted Kool-Aid.
Well, I'm glad you referenced that, because that happens to be like one of the highlights of my career. I don't think I've ever done anything, maybe this, but like prior to this, I think that that's probably like my most viewed clip on YouTube is when I interviewed Raven, and she had been famously like talking about how, you know, that Paul had been, you know, like getting people to do all the things. And I asked her a question about what was your favorite flavor of Kool-Aid that Paul made? And she just like went quick, like, oh, cherry. Yeah, Paul was the greatest cook, and it was great. And I
love that though, because one, what you're really saying is Paul is a cult leader, and I love that concept. And then I also love her answer, because she was ready to rock and roll. She didn't even bat an eye. She said cherry or whatever. I don't remember what it was. But like, that's also someone who's a great interviewee. Because
that's how she operates. Right.
I'm just going to give you an answer no matter what, and we're going to keep rolling. Because it wouldn't have been funny if she was like, wait, I don't understand. I don't know who Jim Jones is. Ghana, the cult. That wouldn't have been funny. But it was funny because she's like, fuck it. I'm just going to, I like grape or whatever. It was amazing.
But, you know, you're talking about me in the Big Brother backyard interviewing the contestants. You know, nobody ever did it better than you did.
Thank you.
You did it too good. They said you couldn't. Look, this guy is a loose cannon. We can't have him out here on a hot mic anymore.
Thank you. If you watch it, I do take a lot of pride in it. I thought it was really funny. I had a lot of. It was really interactive, and they told me you can't do that anymore. And like, no offense to you, Abby, like I get it that you guys have standards. I didn't violate anyone's standards. I just made it funny, and it's irreverent, and it's controversial, and it should be fun. So we can't have a season where, you know, people are doing these outrageous things and they're half naked and they're arguing, and then all of a sudden we pretend like we're all buttoned up because the season's over. Yeah. It's okay to have fun. And that's true of all of life. It's not fun to just bully people on the internet. That's just nerdy. It's fun to have an interactive conversation and provide true comedy. And also, Rob, this is one of the reasons I really appreciate what you do. Being funny is so unbelievably hard. It is a lost art. Being interesting, being a conversationalist, being opinionated, doing anything is just so much easier to sit around in your house in your underwear these days. And it is so hard. People don't appreciate what you do. It's very difficult.
I appreciate that. But I think that just to go back to you on the red carpet and what made it so compelling, and I think it speaks to like the entire concept of reality TV and why I think you really, you know, change the entire paradigm is that the thing about you is that it's always a little bit dangerous. We don't know what you're going to do. We don't know what you're going to say, but we gotta watch. We gotta say, that's why we gotta tune in. What's Will going to do on Dondi? I don't know. Find out on Tuesday at 9.
Next week gets so good. It gets really good. Rob, I'll tell you this. I love the art of the unexpected, and that's not a Big Brother cliche. It's like if you go to a comedy show, you expect to laugh. And if instead you're incredibly uncomfortable, I gave you something that you didn't know was coming. And that's the same way with the Big Brother backyard interviews or whatever. It should make people at home entertained, but it should also make the person being interviewed kind of like really have to dig deep and question themselves instead of giving just a random blanket answer. I was invited to do a different podcast, and I turned it down this earlier today because I knew I wasn't going to get to be myself. And if I did anything like creative at all, that they would cut it. And I was just a waste of my time, but it was a waste of their time too. So, so I am very selective in what I do. And thank you for appreciating that. There is a subset of people who are just supremely annoyed, and they always tell me how annoyed they are, but they're not online, but they're not annoyed at me. They're annoyed at life because they don't know how to laugh at themselves.
Yeah. And, you know, to have you with that attitude on the live feeds, the place where, okay, that this is happening in real time, you know, you have to tune in.
Right. and they still do backyard interviews all the time. And, you know, good for that next person, you know, like I wish they hadn't fired me from that.
Well, I don't even think they do them anymore.
Oh, really? Okay. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah,
COVID.
I think they stopped during COVID, and I'm not sure if they brought them back.
Yeah, things have changed a lot. So the genre has changed.
Yeah.
My favorite dad joke is when I go to watch my kid play sports. I go there and like another dad will come up and I'm like looking at all the kids playing and the dad will go, "Hey, which kid is yours?" And I go, "I don't have a kid here." That makes everyone really uncomfortable.
Yeah. Do the other parents, do they like, how do you deal with this? Because this is something that like, you know, like I live in like, look, I don't even live in Los Angeles. You know, I live in like a place where, you know, there's not a lot of other reality TV personalities.
Sure.
And sometimes it'll come up like, oh, you know, somebody says like, hey, did you know this guy was on Survivor? Even explaining I have a podcast is awkward. How do you navigate that in your real life?
You know, I wear a hat, I wear a mask, I keep moving. I don't really talk about it. There's certain areas where it comes up a lot geographically. Like if you're ever in Orlando, Florida or Vegas, those are the biggest Big Brother fans in the world. Last year, I did a ton of medical conferences in Canada, Edmonton, Vancouver, Mont Tremblant, Montreal. And Big Brother Canada fans are insane. They're crazy. I don't know why. They're rabid for the show. So, you know, when people come up to me, and I mean this very, very sincerely, in person, I have never had anyone come up to me and be anything other than wildly positive and friendly, ever.
Right.
Like
Nobody's ever mean to you to your face.
Yeah, ever to my face. People write things online, but again, that doesn't that just doesn't even exist. Like that's not even a thing. It just doesn't exist. So, that to my face, people are always friendly. People want to put me on the phone with their mom, you know, like, and the other thing that's extremely touching, which I never, ever anticipated with Big Brother is because Big Brother, people who don't know, Big Brother's on 3 days a week. 2 of those shows are live, but it's on live 24 hours a day on the internet. And people who are stuck at home and watch a lot of television, there's a couple groups of that. One is me, but the other one is a lot of times people who have difficult pregnancies. They're home a lot and they spend a lot of time, you know, online. And then also the elderly who's infirm, who have sickness there. And I cannot tell you the amount of people who have said to me, you know, we watched Big Brother 24 hours a day with my mom when she had cancer and she passed away and you were her favorite and you just gave her so much laughter during that time. And I find that so unbelievably touching because that's really all I was ever trying to do is just make myself laugh and make other people laugh. And society, there's so many things wrong with the world today. And if you can make someone else laugh, and I truly believe this, like if you laugh every day, your life is going well. If you go find something to laugh about every single day, you're really blessed. You're very fortunate. And because not everyone can. So it does give me a really, you know, I try to wear this facade, but underneath it all, it makes me really happy when I could comfort someone during a difficult time in their life.
Yeah. And, you know, a lot of the people who are watching the Big Brother live feeds, not everybody, but they're people that are like maybe don't have a ton of like real world connections.
Absolutely. And there's the amount of kids who have texted me and they're now, you know, 30 years old. And they said, listen, you taught me so much about self-esteem because you taught me that you didn't give a shit what anyone else thought. And that's true. No one's going to hold me to the same standards I'm going to hold myself to. I have myself to very high standards in some regards, but what other people think of me, it's just not memorable. It's no one's going to care. I don't, you know, and Winston Churchill said, if you're not pissing people off, this isn't the exact quote. If you're not pissing some people off, then you're not really doing anything in your life. Like there should be a subset of the population that doesn't really like you, whether that's your coworkers or your neighbors, whoever, because otherwise you're not really doing anything. You're not really accomplishing anything. You're not really participating in anything. So you know, I'm not saying we should reinstate the art of bullying, but by the same token, there's a lot to be said for transparency and honesty and, you know, and you can learn a lot by having adversity in your life. So it's okay to, you know, to be confident knowing that you don't really care what anyone else thinks.
Okay.
It's a superpower, really.
I want to go back to the wheel. Okay.
Let's go, man.
All right, here we go. I feel like we made a dent in this wheel. Okay.
Definitely.
All right. Oh, 1980s television sitcoms.
We talked about this a little bit.
A little tiny bit.
You know what? God damn it. I love Sanford and Son. That was one of my favorites. I have such a reverence in my heart for Rollo and Lamont and
Hmm.
Fred and everybody. That was a personal favorite. I love Three's
Banger
Company.
theme song. Yeah.
Yeah, no, banger theme song. There's so many 1980s shows that I wish they would reboot, or they're not even 1980s, they're really 1970s, but I watched
Yeah.
them in early 80s because they were reruns at that time.
Hmm.
So just so many great shows then, and
So what'd you say? Three's Company?
oh, I love Three's
Were you
Company.
a
I love the
Furley
Brady
guy or a
Bunch.
Roper guy?
Oh, Roper all the way. And
Hmm.
Mr. Roper, he was the first person to really break that fourth wall. People credit Jim from The Office, but like when Jack Tripper when he was referenced as gay, Mr. Roper would turn to the camera and give like,
I'm sorry, Will, is it worth resetting that what Three's Company is?
well, here's Rob,
The
tell
premise.
me if this log line works. I mean, it was basically a single guy who lived with two single girls and they were roommates. And the way that they accomplished this, because this was wildly controversial at the time in Santa Monica, California, is that the girls told the building landlord that the man was gay. And so because for a heterosexual man to live with two women, that was wildly unheard of. But for a gay man to live with two women, that was more acceptable. And
it wasn't like a dorm or anything. It was just like an apartment building. Of like, we can't have a guy living with two women.
Two women? But it was also in Santa Monica, California, of all places. And if you can't be gay in Santa Monica, where can you be gay? So anyway, the premise was he wasn't gay. He liked the girls. They kind of didn't like him in a sexual way. And then hijinks ensued. But the landlord and his nosy wife always thought it was funny that Jack was gay. So Mr. Roper would break that fourth wall. It was the first time I had ever seen it done, and I loved it. That's one of the reasons I love Big Brother is he would break the fourth wall and then interact with us as fans, going like he had this bizarre little squirmy look on his face, and he was signaling to us that he knew that Jack was gay. It was a revolutionary concept. It was a really funny show.
Yeah. That was a show my parents did not like. That we watched it. It was on in syndication. I feel like when I was a kid, the Three's Company. It got very racy. A lot of like sexual innuendo.
Ton. I mean, I love that.
A lot of misunderstanding.
Yeah, I didn't even understand those at the time, but the girls were so beautiful, and it was kind of like nothing would make me happier than to live in California with two hot girls in an apartment. Like I was like, this dream is possible.
Jack Tripper was your hero.
In many ways, yes.
Yeah, you could see yourself at the Regal Beagle.
That's exactly where I would go. That's
hanging out with Larry.
That's the pub that they would all go to. I loved it. And Larry, I wish I could get his wardrobe. I would wear that every day if I had access.
Yeah, a lot of man cleavage.
Big time. He had that
a lot of chest hair. Yeah,
coming out.
Yeah. So I wanted to ask you about a show in particular. I wanted to ask you about ALF.
Okay.
Okay.
ALF is an acronym for alien life form.
Yeah.
And ALF, you may recall, his favorite food is cats.
He liked to eat cats. His name was Gordon Shumway. He was an alien life form. He crashed in a family, also a California family.
True.
He crashed on Earth and started living in their garage. And this family sort of, Alf was a little bit of like, he was on the run. He was hiding. That they hid Alf from the government.
He was an illegal alien. Really?
He was truly an illegal alien.
Yeah.
Okay, Will, my question for you was the family on Alf, were they heroes, or were they people who were villains? Did they do a wrong by the rest of us in our civilization by fostering Alf, who could have had any number of unknown pathogens?
Yeah.
Could have been, just the first in the line of an invasion force.
So
were they good people or bad?
Yeah, I'm not a lawyer, but I will tell you that I have a pretty good understanding of the legal system, and a lot it comes down to intention. So did they know he was an alien? Yes, they did. Did they make a moral, ethical decision to hide him? That is true. They did do that. And I have to tell you, let ye cast the first stone who wouldn't harbor a alien at his house. And no different than Jesus in the manger, with Mary and the donkey and everyone else there. Like, I think we have an obligation to help those people less fortunate than us. And for me personally, I'm not a hypocrite. If an alien life form landed in my backyard, I would embrace it, and I would also take it in my house. And I'm more of a dog person. I'm not a big cat person. So I would probably feed it cats.
Yeah. Alf was not unlike a dog. I mean, he was very hairy. Typically, the aliens, much like yourself, very little body hair.
True. Yeah, he had a big snout though, but yeah, like I mean, he needs a comeback. I'd like to see him on the next season of Traitors. You know?
Oh wow! Put
I'd like
Alf
to
in the Traitors' castle, you cowards.
There's a couple things I'd like to see on Traitors, like a couple people. Tupac hologram as one of the players, that'd be amazing.
Yeah.
Okay. I would also like to see Alf, like I said. I think he'd be great on Traitors. And then, just a smattering of other, like, I don't know, like Zac Efron's other brother, something like that.
Yeah.
Those
More Efron family members. Yeah, I think Alf, really realistically could do the Traitors. That I think that you probably need somebody like in the costume to like walk around, but I think you could do it. And Alf as a traitor, no problem. Yeah.
Well, how difficult? I mean, think how difficult would that be? You know what I mean? Like, you're like, he seems so trustworthy and he's charming, but I don't know. Maybe he is a traitor. I don't want to I don't want to look foolish in front of my friends.
Okay. All right.
But
anything else about
aliens?
Yeah. Any other 80s sitcoms that you want to mention?
Oh, there's so many. I mean, I used to love the A-Team, and B.A. Baracus, played by Mr. T, first name, middle name, period, last name T. You could clockwork time it when he would throw someone over the hood of the car in slow motion. That would occur exactly 32 minutes into the show. And I just loved it. I couldn't wait for him to throw someone over the front of the car. And it's like every episode, you're always like, oh, he's not going to do it. He's not going to. And sure enough, boom, there it was. No different than the sun is going to rise tomorrow. B.A. Baracus would throw someone over the hood of the car. It's just something like to set your internal circadian rhythm to. You just knew he was going to do it. And as a result, it just kind of set the stage for the next day of middle school to wear my catch it shorts and my cutoff shirt. It made everything right in the world.
Yeah. And Mr. T, you didn't ever call him by his first name, unlike Mr. Beast. That was it. Mr. T.
Right. And also he was someone who could really jump genres because he killed it on the A-Team, but then also in Rocky, he was an unbelievably, he was
Rocky 3. Yeah.
Yeah. He was a terrifying boxer there. Like Mr. Beast, he's great at YouTube, but he couldn't transition over to reality TV. Whereas, true superstars like Mr. T, they can.
Yeah. Okay.
Do you think Mr. T, Mr. T spent a lot of time with Nancy Reagan. Do you think Mr. T and Nancy Reagan ever, consummated that friendship?
Boy, I never really thought about that. Do you have evidence that they might have?
No.
Did you think there was any sort of sexual chemistry?
No, I do notice that. Like, she's sitting on his lap a lot when he's dressed as Santa Claus. If you Google it, Abby, you can if you want. Like, it's a lot, and that's like a weird motif. But Trump is going to
just say no, Nancy.
What, Abby? Oh, Nancy, yeah. And Rob, Trump's going to declassify things like the JFK assassination, and I was wondering if he's going to declassify that as well because it's unsubstantiated, and I really am not looking for a lawsuit. But I could envision a world where there was hot Christmas lust between Nancy Reagan and Mr. T.
You never know. Mr. T for the Traitors?
Definitely. Hey, let me ask you this. If you're Ronald
Could he be
Reagan,
the banker? No, it's a woman this season, but that's
true.
Possibility. Yeah.
Rob, if you're Ronald Reagan and you find out that your wife, Nancy Reagan, slept with Mr. T, are you like really upset? Or are you kind of like,
no, I mean, I think once you are shed this mortal coil, love is love, I think.
Right. Yeah, no, that's fair. That's fair.
Anything else on the 80s sitcoms?
Oh God, I could do this all day. I mean, I love the Brady Bunch. I'm friends with Christopher Knight. He's the coolest dude. I love those guys. I think that show's phenomenal. There's just so many shows. We didn't really talk about Sanford and Son enough. I am probably
that's a little before my time. The Sanford and Son.
Okay. I would venture to say I could win a Jeopardy episode solely based on Sanford and Son. Like I have a little bit of OCD, and there's some things I just know entirely too much about. So I'm a big fan.
All right. Well, I have this next discussion topic for you.
Okay.
Oh, wait. No.
Big Teddy.
Okay. No, phone. Okay.
Big Teddy called in.
Hey, what's up? I'm in a podcast with Will. Oh. Yeah, Okay. All right. I'll ask him. Okay. Hold on. All right. Will.
Yes.
It was the banker.
Okay.
The banker
Yes.
The banker says, you can have this question
Okay.
that I took off the wheel.
Yes.
Or I have a question in this case right here.
Okay. I love this, Rob. And I will tell you, I have been waiting my entire reality career for there to be an offer and then to not take the offer just because I think it'd be so hilarious. So I'm actually going to take my own question and not take the offer. I think it's funny.
Okay.
Okay.
Good question.
Okay. We can come back to it.
All right. Why is the 1991 masterpiece Point Break the gold standard that we should compare all other future films to?
It's the greatest movie of all time. First off, if you think about it, is Keanu Reeves a good actor? No, he's not a good actor. But if you lined up everyone in the world and you think about how many people are against Keanu Reeves, the answer would be zero. Like everyone. I bet if Keanu Reeves went to Russia/Ukraine border right now, I bet he could get that conflict solved in 5 minutes.
See, I wasn't sure what you meant when you said who is against him.
Yeah, no one's against him.
Who are his enemies? Yeah.
He's beloved. Keanu Reeves is beloved by everybody. He's just beloved, whether it's, and I'm not saying he's a good actor, but like whether it's John Wick or The Matrix or Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure or the greatest movie masterpiece of all time.
Speed?
No. Point Break. Speed's good. Sandra Bullock. But Keanu Reeves is absolutely phenomenal. And I love this movie so much. The scene with the dead presidents where they're running through the mall, that's at the Fox Hill Mall. And I go to the Fox Hill Mall and I, in my head, reenact it. Like, that's how much I like the movie. But you may not even remember this, but Anthony Kiedis from the Red Hot Chili Peppers is in there. Do you remember his name in the movie?
I don't remember his name in the movie.
Oh, okay. I'm not going to tell you because you got to watch it, but it's amazing. Like Patrick Swayze goes, back off. And Anthony Kiedis goes, that would be a bad idea. And the acting is so bad that I just love it. But I love the premise. A football player goes undercover in the FBI to infiltrate a gang of surfer bank robbers. That's all you need to know. I don't need to know anything else. Don't make any other movies. It's the greatest movie ever made. There's no need to make any other movie. And the Lori Petty is gorgeous in it. Every single thing about it, from the pacing to the soundtrack to the filmography, start to finish, hands down, the greatest movie ever made. And the fact that more people don't recognize that just disturbs me.
In the film, they're wearing the masks of ex-presidents to rob banks. Do you think that would be an effective disguise for bank robbers now?
Yeah, I think so.
Would there be a Trump mask considering that he is now a president again?
I think the problem with that is the Trump mask might be a little bit too on the nose, right?
Yeah.
Like people, that would be too.
And would it be jarring to see Trump and Biden working together, or would it be there'd be some optimism there?
What I've always wondered is like, old time bank robbers put pantyhose over their head. I always wondered this, and I mean this very sincerely. What if you got like expert makeup on your face and then you put the pantyhose over that? Because no one would ever think. They would only think that you were putting the pantyhose over your own face. They would never think you're putting it over like a realistic mask. So I think that'd be just, if you could get away with it, that'd be a phenomenal crime because the FBI would go, look, we're assessing this. And what we're noticing is that we can kind of like look through the pantyhose and we can see that this person is, has these characteristics and this shaped nose and blah, blah, blah. But then that wouldn't even be your own stuff. So I didn't answer your question, but I would think multi-layer masking is really the future of bank robbery.
Yeah. Do people still use pantyhose as a mask?
They should. I don't even know if people even wear pantyhose.
Did they ever remake Point Break?
They did. I don't think it was very good.
Who was in the remake?
I'm not really sure.
Okay.
Well, I mean, why remake things that are excellent? It's kind of like when someone re-records a song. You're like, you don't have to do that. It was great the first time.
Okay. All right. Anything else on Point Break?
I just love it. I mean, I think it's one of the greatest movies ever made. Okay.
How often do you rewatch it?
Yeah, I tried to get my son to watch it, and he wouldn't watch it because it was kind of grainy and older. But like, I'll watch it. I'll fall asleep to it. I just love it.
Okay.
War Child is the answer. That's Anthony Kiedis' character, and Patrick Swayze goes, "Back off, War Child." Okay. Seriously.
All right. Whatever happened to the yellow Livestrong bracelets everyone used
Where
to wear?
are those?
Well,
Where are those?
I think
Like maybe when I was, I don't even remember, like maybe when I was like 30, everyone had a Lance Armstrong.
sure, sure. Now, are you asking what happened to the actual yellow bracelets, or
Both,
why don't
both.
people wear them? Well, I
Okay,
think
so
that-
what? Let me remind you this: after
Yeah.
Lance Armstrong got busted doing steroids a billion times and
Mhm.
lied about it, people were still like, "Hey, you know what? Yeah, that was messed up, but we're still going to wear the bracelets because they're
Mhm.
anti-cancer bracelets and blah blah blah." So my question is, one, whatever did people just eventually realize he was just a d-bag and cheater and they stopped wearing them? And also, where are those physical gazillion bracelets? Now, trends come back, Rob. You can attest to this. I have a 14-year-old. He likes to buy 90s clothes. He buys 90s clothes at a vintage shop that most assuredly I
You
threw
threw
away.
out.
And
Circle
now
of life.
I threw them away, and now he's paying $300 for it. When are the Livestrong bracelets coming back? Because I think you and I should bring that back, Rob. And if you go on Survivor 50, you should wear one as a sign to everyone on the podcast.
Got to be on the yellow tribe for that.
Yes.
So I think that, yeah, I think that the short answer is I think that Lance Armstrong kind of was like, I don't think they called it canceled. I don't know what year people that he was sort of like out of the public eye, but he got soured on. I think people were just like, okay. And then they started like other things just started co-opting the like other causes of like, oh, here's wear a red bracelet for this or blue bracelet for this.
Right. He really
you go to a bar
ruined
mitzvah.
everybody.
Here's a bracelet for Jimmy's bar mitzvah.
For Jimmy from Mr. Beast.
Yes.
But I mean, like Lance Armstrong ruined it for everyone. You know, the U.S. postage, like they sued him because the post office paid him to be a spokesperson. Excuse me one moment, Rob. Do you mean to tell me the post office that only delivers junk mail and bad news has a budget to sponsor steroid heads? Where is the common sense? That's why we need to have him as a politician. If you
open
if
the books on who
bit,
we're paying money to from the post office.
It's insanity that the fact that the post office advertises for what? Do you think people don't know what the post office is? We know what it is. It's terrible. It delivers junk mail and bills. That's it. No one ever in the last 50 years since the Pony Express ever got anything useful from the post office. Please, government officials, stop allowing the post office to spend money and advertise, especially with Lance Armstrong.
Yep. That's fair.
What's next? Sam Bankman-Fried? I mean, what are we going to sponsor next? It's just crazy. It's just crazy.
Yeah.
That shows a true lack of competency.
So Lance Armstrong appeared on, just to bring this back to reality TV. Lance Armstrong appeared last year on a reality show called Stars on Mars. Was that something that was in your purview at all? And
never heard of it.
They never even reached out to you. They didn't even shoot their shot of like, can we get Will Kirby?
No, I get requested from a lot of shows, but I like that. I never even heard of that one.
Yeah. Stars on Mars. Do you know what it was about?
No idea.
They had celebrities and they put them in like sort of like a biodome and they were pretending like they were training to live on Mars. That these were the people that you said the one person they're going to send to Mars and have all these were the people that they were pretending were going to be living on Mars. And they had like Marshawn Lynch.
Okay.
And
I would let him go to Mars. I love him. He's good.
He was good. He was good. That they had Lance Armstrong.
Okay. How did he do?
Not good. He was kind of the dick.
Baby oil, Three Musketeers, and maybe a little bit of King
But you know
salt.
what? Space is dangerous. And if anything should happen, then people wouldn't feel so bad. It wouldn't set back the space program.
But it wouldn't be like when the space shuttle blew up. It would not be like that. We would all, I mean, everyone would go, you know what?
Yeah.
They made a lot of mistakes in life, but it was exciting. I bet the ratings would be great. You'd definitely have a podcast episode dedicated to it.
Okay. All right. So that's what's happened to the Livestrong bracelets. Okay.
No, but wait, is there a big giant warehouse with all the extra or like?
I think they're just in the landfill.
Yeah. See, the thing is, I bet somewhere they exist. I bet someone has a batch. And if we could get our hands on those, things come back much in the 90s clothing line. Rob, I'm telling you, you wear one on Survivor 50, you're gonna be selling them like hotcakes. Like the wall behind you is gonna be all Rob Strong bracelets on the wall, and you could sell those for like $3 each.
Let me see. Livestrong. I'm looking at eBay. Livestrong bracelet. Can you get an authentic one? Okay. Yeah, it looks like you get them pretty cheap. New Livestrong wristband, Lance Armstrong Foundation, $450 or best offer.
See, that's great. And if he signed it, it's $250.
$250.
It's $450 with no signature from him. But if Lance Armstrong wore it, $1.
Okay. All right. So big is it like 2 through 8 is all eaten up. Okay.
Wow.
So here, this is
Like,
one.
question or no question?
Yeah. Okay. So we go right to number 9. Okay. Aquariums, paludariums, terrarium,
yes.
and aquascaping as a hobby. We've touched on this a little bit.
Yeah, there's so much just hatred in the world today, and I think people really should embrace hobbies that are more relaxing. So I love to listen to, Rob has a podcast and I listen to it, and then I actually listen to it on Apple, and no offense at all, but I listen to it a little faster speed. I go like 1.25.
Yeah, that's fine.
It just, once you go faster, you can't go back, because then when you go back, you feel like it's so slow. But I aquascape.
Do you feel like I'm having a stroke as you're talking to me?
On 1.25?
No, I'm talking in 1x right now.
Yeah, no, it's fine now because I'm used to having conversations with people, but I do listen to podcasts faster. You know, if I listen to like a news podcast, I can go 1.75 and still pick up most of the information.
Yeah.
Do you ever go 2? You ever get crazy and go 2?
I really don't do 2 unless I'm really just trying to, just get the very essential information. And there's certain speakers that are better than others.
Yeah, that's true too. I have found that you can kind of train your brain. Like if you try 1.75, the first like hour, you're not getting it. And then all of a sudden your brain will kind of like start listening pretty quickly.
Yeah. Okay. So sorry, I interrupted you. You have your hobbies. You listen to the podcast.
Yeah, so I love aquascaping. And just for those of you who don't know, a paludarium is like it's like a swamp fish tank. So it's like half fish tank, half terrarium. And it's lovely. It's just a fun hobby to have. It's really relaxing. You could put little creatures in it, fish, cherry shrimp, turtles, whatever. And I just wish more people would get into that hobby because it's readily available. It's very inexpensive. You have to be very patient. It's just aquascaping is really the concept here. My friend Devin Ordone actually is trying to sell a show about competitive aquarium building. And I love that concept.
Would you be a judge?
Definitely. I would be honored to be a judge on a competitive aquarium building show. I don't even know if I'm qualified because I am an aficionado, but I'm not an expert. Some of these people do this really, really, really well. And again, if you think you have a weird hobby, I promise there's someone out there in the world who's even better at it than you. So like reach out on the internet and connect with them and work with them and, find your hobby. Let your freak flag fly high.
Yeah. Probably a subreddit for the paludariums.
Definitely.
Okay. All right. Let's keep spinning.
Okay.
We've got coming up. All right. I think sometimes I've been spinning clockwise and other times counterclockwise just to,
It's not a competition. It's
yeah.
okay.
Okay. I just want to make sure that these spins were valid.
As long as it goes around the wheel one full time.
All right. Healthiest habit you're including in your life in 2025. I've been looking forward to this one because, yeah, I feel like that you're such a font of knowledge in the wellness space.
Yeah, thank you for saying that. So I'm following something I'll call the 3-2-1 rule.
Okay.
And what that means is 3 hours before bed, no food, 2 hours before bed, no liquid, and 1 hour before bed, no electronics. Okay. And you will be astonished how much better you sleep when you do that, especially as you age, because you get a little reflux, a little, heartburn as you age, and you have to pee more frequently as you age. And so the 3-2-1 rule for me personally works really well. But I'm not a big vitamin person, but I am getting into supplements a little bit. And I'm a big fan. I'll tell you 3 things you can buy over the counter that will make you sleep like a baby. I'm no Huberman podcast, but yeah. Magnesium glycinate, specifically glycinate. I love it. Inositol, which is a B vitamin derivative, and then glycine, which is an amino acid. And if you take those 2 pills at night, and I'll say them again for our viewers, magnesium glycinate, specifically glycinate, glycine, and inositol. So I take those every night and I sleep unbelievably well.
What's that third one? Inositol?
Oh, inositol. It's spelled INSOTOL. Okay. It's a vitamin B derivative. And those have been clinically shown, in the scientific literature to induce REM sleep and just help you overall sleep. I'm a big, big fan. And here's the thing, some of the literature is a little bit unclear about them. And some of the studies are not, fully vetted, but even if it's placebo, that's wonderful too. Either way, it's making me sleep better. So I love it.
Can I tell you, and you're a doctor, so you know all this, but you know, placebo is best drug out there.
Of course.
Placebo.
Yeah, of course. I mean, laughter is the best medicine is not just a cliche. We know that when you laugh and when you find joy every single day, it increases, you know, your dopamine and it makes you happier of all. And PMA, positive mental attitude, is contagious. Like if you're happy, the people in your house will be happier. Like there's an old phrase, like if mama ain't happy, ain't nobody happy. And so like when you know, bring that positive attitude and you're having a good day, the other people in your life will too. It's very contagious.
Yeah. But you know, they have these like medical commercials, and sometimes they'll be like 52% of people reported positive use with the product compared to 48% with placebo.
Right.
Like wait, hold on. It was only like a little bit better than the placebo?
Right. That's true. Yeah, that happens all the time in my world. But, you know, it's just a function of working through the medical literature, seeing what's really accurate. I mean, I'm a big believer of Western medicine. That doesn't mean I don't, you know, appreciate Eastern philosophies, but you know, I really try to follow the medical literature and any advice that I give.
Yeah. Yes, that's it. 3, 2, 1. I feel like I'm good on the 3 and 2. The 1, look, I'm a little bit of a, you know, TikTok before bed guy.
Do you at least wear blue blocking glasses? Because
not at that point of the day. Not when I'm like brushing my teeth.
Your phone. You know, I set my phone so it does something really interesting. I could take my phone, and if I click the button on the right 3 times, the phone will go red and remove all the blue blocking.
Oh, okay.
It'll read everything, but it removes the blue.
Yeah.
So it's the blue that causes the disturbance in your circadian rhythm.
Does it matter if the phone is like in front of my face versus like on the counter while I'm brushing my teeth?
Yeah, that's a good question. It's probably dose dependent, you know, so not just in time or duration, but also in intensity. So that is believed to be the case. So that's why the blue blocking glasses, yes, they'll prevent the blue waves from going to your eyes and stimulating you. But by the same token, if you're in a bright room with the blue blocking glasses and you have a TV and an iPad and a phone, it can only do so much. So that's not really going to work.
Now, this is new for you in 2025, or this has been?
No, I've been doing it for 2 or 3 years now. In fact, when I went on DONDI, I brought it because I'm a notorious insomniac, like just a terrible sleeper.
Wow, this blows my mind. You can take supplements on DONDI?
DONDI is paradise. Rob, they make your bed. I should get a shirt that says they make your bed. You know, like you go on an excursion and you're sunburned and you're tired and your knee hurts and you go back and your bed is made. It is luxury. Again, if you're applying to Survivor right now, get out your DONDI application. It's a superior show in every way.
This is no joke. I mean, the fact that you can take supplements, I mean, is like crazy. It's crazy. Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, let me share with you. Okay. All right.
Yeah, please. I want to hear.
Okay. So, I'm big on supplements. You know, I try not to talk about it a lot. Okay. Try to do, you know, everything I can, you know, to try to keep getting, you know, stay in good health. I started doing something late in the year.
Uh-oh. You're whispering like I got to lean in. Okay. Everyone lean in.
I don't know what you think, if it's controversial or not. I started doing a cold plunge.
Oh, I like that. How and when?
So it's kind of embarrassing, okay? Because a lot of it is like I didn't buy any like equipment, okay? So, but we have a bathtub, and I've taken all sorts of containers and putting them into the freezer. Yeah, and I've made giant blocks of ice.
I love it.
And I run the water. And then I put all of these, I fill it up with all these frozen containers that I have. And I do this all while my wife is sleeping. Because I don't. You don't wake her up. She's a deep sleeper and a late sleeper. Okay. But I don't want to have the embarrassment of her to see what's going on or walk in or anything.
Say it, Rob.
Yeah.
You're going to have shrinkage.
So there could be shrinkage.
I've experienced that myself. You take a cold bath and your spouse walks in. You're like, I don't know what happened.
Luckily, I have all these containers floating in the water, but you know, and then I feel like there's a little bit of like and you know what? I don't really know if it does anything. I got to be honest. When I get out, I feel like it didn't kill me. Look how now I'm stronger.
How deep do you go? Like nipple?
Oh, all the way in.
Wow.
All the way in.
How long?
My high record is like 15 minutes.
Wow, good for you.
But I don't do it every day. I try to do like 2-3 like from the little bit of like research. If you could get in there 20 minutes a week.
Yeah, I love it. I will tell you, I'm a big proponent of that. The Wim Hof method.
Yes.
He really pioneered that. Not to say people haven't died doing it outdoors, but
Mhm.
in your house, it's relatively safe. I'm a big fan, and I'll tell you why. You do it at night, did you say, or during the day?
Morning.
Yeah. So it will definitely invigorate you and wake you up. But what I have also found, again, for me personally, if I do it late at night, if I can't sleep, it's phenomenal as well because you burn so many calories shivering. The single best way to burn brown fat and burn calories is just to shiver because every muscle in your body is really, firing at that time. So,
Mhm.
and if you work out hard, you'll get a really good night's sleep if you've ever been like physically exhausted. So I'm a big proponent of that. Definitely during the day is better than at night. It can be as simple as just turning your shower as cold as you can
Well,
take
I
it.
do that on the days that I don't do the
You do the other
plunge.
one.
I
Yeah,
try to take a very cold shower first thing in the morning. I go under the
and
water as cold as possible.
there's a lot of evidence in the medical literature showing that will reset your neuroreceptors and make less prone to addictive things, including probably social media.
Mhm.
So it's real. I think that's a very, very healthy habit. I will tell you this: if you're having trouble sleeping at night, what the medical literature shows is that the change in core temperature to a cooler temperature often induces sleepiness. So one is sleeping in a really cold room can make a really big difference, but also taking an incredibly hot shower and then getting out. That change in temperature of your body trying to regulate from that hot temperature to a cooler temperature will often help induce sleep. So as someone who's a terrible sleeper, I love all that stuff. I would definitely recommend the cold bath more during the day,
Mhm.
the hot shower at night.
Yeah. And
Rob,
again,
where do you come down on weighted blankets?
so I don't need one, but I feel like for people with people who have like a ADHD, I feel like that's also like a good use case for it. That like really like to have the weighted blanket on you.
I'm a big fan. I love weighted blankets. If you've never tried one, I highly recommend it. If you're in a hot environment, it's probably not going to make a lot of sense. But if you live somewhere and it's cooler and you open the window or you run your air conditioning cold or whatever, it's just cold. I'm a big fan of weighted blankets. It just gives me a level of comfort. I'm a big fan. You can buy
Okay.
them very inexpensively on Amazon these days.
Okay. Hard to clean the weighted blanket, I've found.
Well, I try not to get sweaty and greasy on it. Like we'll put a sheet or something, a duvet in between or
Mhm.
something. But yeah, that's fair. They also, they have covers for them.
One time we sprung a leak in the weighted blanket and
Oh, I don't
tried.
use water. Mine is like
Oh
beads.
no, so it's like 10
Oh,
million like tiny plastic
beads.
ball bearings
Yeah.
that like a good luck cleaning that up.
Yeah, that's a fair point. That is one of the detriments. I mean,
Mhm.
life is hard these days. The other
Yep.
day, my son said, he's 14. He said, this is probably in the history of the world the hardest time to be a teenager. And I was like, yeah, I bet Anne Frank had it so easy during the dummy. So it's like you have a weighted blanket and it springs a leak and a couple little beads fall out. You'll be okay. Someone will clean up.
You'll
Your
be
dog,
okay. Okay.
you'll be all right.
All right. Here we go. Wheel's getting a little thin. Okay.
Hey, I got we can go all night, Rob.
Yeah. Cold water good for skincare, right?
I love cold water. I mean, if you take too hot of a shower, you're going to desiccate your skin and you're ironically going to get increased sebum production. And that's going to cause pore congestion. So cool showers are really good for your skin. If you
Okay.
think about it, Rob, 100 years ago, like your forefathers never had a hot shower. Like
Yeah.
if your great grandfather had 2 hot baths, I'd be shocked. You know what I
Mhm.
mean? Like it was cold or nothing.
Okay. All right. Is SIE healthy or is it just basically sherbet?
Yeah, I think you said it incorrectly. I pronounce it acai, but
Acai.
maybe I put the wrong emphasis on the
Mhm.
wrong syllable. I'm not really sure.
I'm not the expert.
Um,
I've actually never
yeah.
had it.
Oh my God, it's delicious. Like an acai bowl. It's one of those things where you're like, oh, I'm eating healthy because it has almond butter, bananas, blueberries, strawberries, acai. And then you're like, this is delicious, but I think it's just like purple sherbet. So I don't really know. I'm not a nutritionist. My suspicion is that it has a high glycemic index. I'm
Yeah.
not sure.
Yeah. I see them open, the stores open up. I never see anybody in these places.
It's trendy. It's a trendy. It's kind of like Soul Cycle. Like, remember when Soul Cycle came out and you'd put on like, ball hugging shorts? Sorry, Abby. And then like the banana hammock thong, and you'd wear those, and then you go there and you're like hurting your prostate on the bike. And then you're like, I don't really want to do this. And then there's like just disappeared right and left. They were just gone.
Boom.
Like they were, and now you got the shorts.
Okay. All right. I don't know how much more there is to say about the
acai bowl. I mean, that wasn't like a revolutionary topic there. If you haven't had one, I would highly recommend it. I'm a big fan of boba too. Where do you come down on boba?
You know, I've actually never really had that. I have no desire for it.
Where do you live in Raleigh, Kazakhstan? I mean, they have these things.
You think people drink a lot of boba in Raleigh?
Yeah, I mean, it's not like you don't live in Ukraine. Like,
I never had it in Los Angeles either.
But Rob, you go tomorrow, have Rob Day, and just go have some boba.
DoorDash? Can I DoorDash it?
Definitely. Live a little
isn't
bit.
like the boba, like I feel like it's almost like that somebody just opened up a weighted blanket in my milkshake.
Kind of. I mean, it is kind of like that. The universe harmonizes. Everything overflows, and if you start looking closely enough, you'll see these.
Like, what is that stuff?
It's tapioca pudding. It's delicious, like a gummy bear.
Okay. All right.
It's drinking a gummy bear had a baby.
Yeah. So the acai bowl, am I having that for breakfast? What meal is it?
I think breakfast would be good. I mean, I think you should ask your kids. They'll love an acai bowl. Take that. I mean, you can get an acai bowl anywhere these days.
Yeah. Can I get one at Raising Cane's?
No, you cannot. They don't have any dessert options. And they also do not have a diet decaffeinated beverage, which really bothers me.
Can I get a diet boba tea?
Oh, yeah, definitely. They have decaffeinated, winter melon is decaffeinated and you can go low sugar.
Yeah. How come you don't drink any caffeine?
I hate caffeine. I think caffeine, it's a scam. Yeah, it's caffeine. You know what's funny is for years I would drink a Diet Coke and feel terrible, or coffee and I would feel terrible. I just felt like out of sorts. I just felt like racy. And then I did 23andMe genetic testing, and it said that I had some like crazy statistic, which is the people in my category were like 42% less likely to consume caffeine. So clearly I'm a slow metabolizer.
Okay.
You'll meet people who can drink a cup of coffee and go right to bed. I do not have that ability. I am very much against caffeine. I think that it's kind of like alcohol. Like, it's so ubiquitous in our society, and the people who like it are so loud. But it's kind of like, hey, this makes me feel like shit. And then everyone else is like, shut up and drink it. And you're like, but I don't like it. And then you just kind of have to decide for yourself.
Yeah, you don't have to.
Thank you.
You don't have to.
I mean, I just want
to say also to all the caffeine fans, like, don't go on Dr. Will's social media and then go after him.
I mean, coffee is hot bean water with a splash of cow pus. I don't need that in the morning. That's just not what I want. So if you want it, great, knock yourself out. Go to Starbucks, go to Coffee Bean, go to Pete's. I don't care. But you don't have to now say that I'm a caffeinist and that I'm against all caffeine and that you're going to email me. I don't need that in my life.
Okay. All right.
Rob, this goes back to that concept of we don't need to know everyone's opinion. If you like caffeine, awesome. That's great. Get a shirt or whatever. But you don't have to bother other people about it.
Yeah. Let him live. Okay. All right. Oh, this is a good one. Dr. Will's dad's house haunting.
Okay. You saved this one for the right time. Okay. So my dad owns this house. He still owns it. It's a house I grew up in, and the house is like a gazillion years old. In fact, in the front yard, there's a sign, and Ponce de Leon, when he was conquering Florida, side note, Ponce de Leon, like discovering Florida, is kind of like me discovering your wallet. You know what I mean? Like someone else had it, but whatever.
Yeah.
So the Native Americans there, the Native Floridians, under this giant tree in the yard, a treaty was signed. So it's a historic monument. There's like a little tiny plaque under this gigantic oak tree, biggest tree you've ever seen in your life. So that's just evidence of how old the land is. So the land is old, but the house is really, really old too. This is in North Florida. And the house is just creepy as anything. It's just like the creepiest place you've ever been. So when my dad got the house, there was an attic, and we went into the attic, and there was a picture of an old lady in the attic, but the picture is a triangle frame, like something you've never seen. It just didn't even make any sense. And it was, her name is Miss Middlebrooks, right? That's her last name. So I was like, man, this is creepy. And my dad's like, well, we're not going to throw the picture away because like that could be a bad omen, kind of like your family with the clowns, right? Like they're probably haunted by them today in Laurel and Hardy because your family displaced these
Luckily,
things.
we moved.
Oh, there you go. And also, you didn't disclose that to the new buyer, so they're being haunted by clowns in Laurel and Hardy, mostly Laurel. But anyway, So that it started off with this creepy picture. And I know where you're going with this. You're like, that's not really a big deal. And I'm like, yeah, no problem. But then these incidents started to occur very slowly and over time. And so one time, my dad's friend was dropping something off at the house, and he was like, "Yeah, I left the package. I left the package at your house, and like the curtains moved, and I guess to me, like your grandmother was home, and so I left the package because I saw her there, but she wouldn't open the door." And I was like, "My grandmother doesn't live in the house." And so this was like a random intelligent guy who swears to this day that he put a package by the door and he saw an old lady like watch him put the package and move the curtain and look at him and with the package. But again, like I know you're just chalking this up to like that's not really that big of a deal, you know?
Pretty big deal.
It's a pretty big deal. But anyway, there's been a number of incidences, and I don't want to bore you with all the stories, but it's kind of like you're not going to die of one paper cut, but if you get cut with 10,000 paper cuts, you'll die. So the stories over the years just kind of started getting, you know, like different things would happen, like different. It was always a reference to an older woman. So different. Like, you know, someone would come to fix the plumbing or something, and they were like, yeah, I tried to leave the bill with the older woman, but she didn't look up when I tried to talk to her. And you're like, what the fuck are you talking about? And it would just happen over and over and over with too many people like no one would, these are strangers. No one would ever discuss this with them. So my dad's a professor, and one night a graduate student was having dinner at our house. And so we were all having dinner, me, my stepmom, my dad, my brother, and me, and the graduate student. And the graduate student got up to go to the restroom, and he came back in like 5 minutes later, and he sat down and he said, hey, why, he said to my dad, he said, why did you not invite your mother to have dinner with us? And my dad was like, what do you mean? And he's like, well, there's an elderly woman sitting in the room, in that other room on the way to the bathroom, and in the living room. And my dad was like, there's no, and the guy was like, look, there, what? He's like, are you guys fucking with me? He's like, there's an old woman sitting like down that hall in that room. And we're like, no, there's not. And everybody, you know, my brother and I are like, here we go, because like the house is haunted.
Yeah.
And also my friends would never come over because they were like, man, your house is creepy as hell. And so anyway, we all got up from the dinner table and we walked in the room, and the room is empty. The guy was, you know, no pun intended, as pale as a ghost. And he just got up and left. Like he just was terrified. And so then my parents hired a priest to come be an exorcist, and they did an exorcism, and they, you know, like they did a couple different things, and they got a psychic, and the psychic was like, look, this is just someone who's a lost soul. She's confused where she lives. And anyway, there are some very, very other older neighbors in the neighborhood. And what happened is the part of the house where the attic is, where we saw that picture, it had burned down in the early 1900s, and she had passed away in the house. So again, I'm a man of science, Rob. Like I like data-driven information. But I will tell you, this house is 100% haunted. It's the creepiest place you've ever been. She's a benevolent spirit. She's never caused any problems. She's never hurt anybody. But over and over and over, different people, particularly like young men, have interacted where she'll show up there, not talk to them, but be a visible you know, phantasm within the realm. It's pretty crazy.
Does your dad still live there?
Yeah, he still lives there.
Okay.
And he feels comfortable with it. He's like, yeah, you know, like she's never caused problems. Like once or 2 times a year, it'll come up. Completely unpredictable. It's almost always with men. Like women never see her, but it's always like a one man alone, and it's just there. Is
that she looking for a son? Is it looking for a husband?
Be. Yeah, it makes you wonder, right? Like she's clearly an older woman. She's often sitting when they see her, so she'll sit, particularly like in one room on the couch. She'll also sit at the end of beds when people stay there. And then a number of times people have referenced her when they look in through the window, like to come into the house. They can see her when they look through the window. So we don't really know, but you know, she is clearly just kind of caught in between worlds and is probably a little confused. And she's looking for, you know, she's probably waiting for somebody, her husband or her son.
Yeah. And you've seen her?
I have felt her presence, and I have seen her like as an apparition. Like I have not like visualized her face or like seen her like that, but many, 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 many times, you know, I've woken up at the end of the, you know, in the middle of the night, and you know, there's pressure on you could feel the bed, like when someone's sitting on the sheets, and you turn on the light, and like it's out of this world. It's otherworldly.
Yeah. Does this change your worldview on life and death and the afterlife?
Um, I'm a firm believer that of a few things. Like, I think we need to get more comfortable with death as a society, because if you understand biology and you understand animals and you understand the earth, then you understand that death isn't something to be afraid of. It's just a natural part of that biological circle. And so these are two different concepts, but generally speaking, I try to be comfortable with death. I try not to fear death, and I try to understand that is an inevitable thing for all of us. And it kind of goes into my life philosophy, which is I really want to live boldly. Boldly doesn't mean recklessly. It doesn't mean that you're hurting people. It means that you just do badass shit whenever you can. So I try to live that way and take advantage of opportunities. But by the same token, I'm intelligent enough to recognize, again, in 1908, gorillas were a myth, right? In 1907, the first plane took off. George Washington didn't know dinosaurs existed. Like, we're really only beginning to tap into what's available to the human mind. And we can't even conceptualize what's going on in the 100 billion stars with planets circling them in our own solar system, much else what's out there. So it would be very foolish for me to say I got it all figured out, because no one does, and no one ever has, and no one ever will. What's at the end of the universe? What is it? We don't know. We just don't know. The universe is expanding and we have no idea why, but where is it expanding to, and how, and what? So, I'm agnostic in the sense that I know that I do not have enough information, nor will I ever have enough information to make a clear determination on this thing that we call the universe. And life as well, just the biological capsule that we all live in. Who knows really what that means. As a scientist, I think when you're dead, you're dead. Is there a soul? Is there spirituality? I really don't know. And I'm okay with that. You don't, just in the same way you don't have to have an opinion about Raising Cane's, you don't have to know everything. It's okay to just kind of like be a benevolent little alien along for the ride, looking around and see what happens.
Will, you've done such an amazing job today, really articulating your worldview as we've gone through this very wild and winding journey of that the universe is big and mysterious. Who knows?
And fun and gorgeous and beautiful.
And who can understand all of it? But in what we do know we have is this lifetime. And in talking with me and in listening to your interview that you did with Sharon last year, you talked a few different times about like looking back at life from the perspective of being on a deathbed, of you're not gonna wish you watched more reality TV. You're not gonna wish you spent more time on social media.
Arguing with people on social media.
Arguing with people. And all you can do is be the most, the version of you that is the most entertained, and by proxy, entertaining.
Yes.
In that time that we have.
I think comedy is hilarious, but you don't have to be funny. That's hard to do. You could just be entertaining. If I go to a cocktail party, I look for the weirdest dude there. I look for the weirdest person who's dressed the weirdest, maybe, whatever it is, because that's the most interesting person. And that's what, if you're doing the same thing over and over and over, life's just not interesting. You're welcome to do that, but that's not the life I want to live. Me, Rob, what I want to do, I want to go in the woods and party with a bear that owns a bear strip club.
I didn't hear a theme song.
Oh, can you give me the background of it? Take me down to the paradise city where the bears are bears and the bears. Oh, won't you please take me home? That's it, man. That's the new theme song. Well, oh, that was good. I like, you were hitting a high note there. Oh, won't you?
I do a little mouth trumpet.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right. All right. This is like the big gap. And then we go to number 15. Okay. One of Will's topics was about men's facial hairstyles that deserve a comeback. Example, the flavor saver.
Okay, Rob, did you ever like Limp Bizkit? Just be honest.
Yeah, back in the day, back in like 2000. Yeah.
Yeah, I liked Limp Bizkit, and I'm just wondering, I'm trying to get out in front of fads, like I think that the yellow Live Strong bracelets should come back, but I'm wondering, you never see the flavor saver these days?
The last one I saw, I think, did Big Jeff have one in his early Big Brother playing days?
Maybe, maybe. But I'd like to start seeing that come back. And also, if people who are really evolved, they'll have that upside down martini glass, where it goes like, it's the flavor saver, picture, and then it goes like a bit. It does like this on your face. I don't know if you can see
Oh,
that.
I can't. It's
It's
a
like
little bit,
this.
like a little bit like an
like
hourglass. Yeah.
yeah, it's like a flavor saver that goes into an upside down martini glass. I'd like to see that come back. That's all. I'm just saying. And also Fred Durst, he'd be great on Dondi season 4.
Oh,
Right? He could
yeah.
wear the red. No one would know who he is, but then he'd wear the red
Yeah.
baseball cap backwards, you know, and he'd be like, "It's just one of
Yeah.
those
They'd be like, all right,
things."
you want to open the case? You're like, give me something to break. Yeah. Yeah. And then Joe's like, what do you think, Fred? He's like, gotta have faith. Yeah.
I think that's George Michael, but
they redid it.
Oh, okay. Did Limp Bizkit redid that?
Yeah.
Well, I gotta check that out.
Right? And they did it like 25 years ago.
Wait a minute, you mean to tell me it's a mashup between George Michael and Limp Bizkit?
I think that they just covered it. I think that was one of their songs.
I gotta check that out.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Faith, Limp
Put that on my
Bizkit.
notes here.
1997.
Really?
A hit for Limp Bizkit. Yeah.
Faith?
You might have been busy.
Father figure or what is it? Faith?
It was Faith.
Okay, I'm in, man.
Yeah. Yeah.
George Michael, talk about the ultimate comeback of all time. I mean, he was obviously, no secret here, allegedly, Abby, he was, caught masturbating in a public area, I think, or maybe soliciting undercover sex. But then he came back with that video with all the supermodels, Cindy Crawford, Linda Evangelista, Campbell. What a comeback. I mean, that's the last like amazing video I remember. It's such a great video.
Last Christmas puts up numbers every year.
I love it. That's one of the best Christmas songs. You know my second favorite Christmas song?
What?
You're gonna have to Google this one because a lot of people don't know it. It's not that popular in Raleigh, North Carolina. Dominic the Christmas Donkey.
Oh yeah, no, I know that. Yeah.
Oh, you know
that's
it?
an Italian song. Yeah.
That's a great song. Now, you know what's really funny is my friend is Italian and I played it for him and he said, "This is bullshit." He's like, "We've never heard of Dominic."
No, I know. And my son is Dominic. That's my oldest son.
And
we're a little worried, like, is he gonna get mad if they're like we're making fun of him? But no, he doesn't. He doesn't.
If you haven't heard Dominic the Christmas Donkey, it's appropriate every day. It's not just late December. Play it right now.
Hey, can I ask you a question? With your kids, do they get into like the brain rot? Do you know what this is?
Brain rot?
Use and they talk about like Riz, and they listen to this music, and they listen to like all the Christmas songs, and they sing, "Last Rizmas, I gave you my gyat," and it's just all Riz, gyat, Phantom Tax.
I'm not very familiar with that, but I will tell you, I barely speak the same language they speak. Like I'm literally like, I'm glad I have the 2 dogs, Rob, because otherwise no one else in my house would like me. And the other thing is my house is like a hormone vortex. Like my spouse has estrogen going this way. I got a kid with, 9th grade boners this way. I got a kid with estrogen this way. My dogs are humping. Just like I'm in a hurricane of hormones and they're just like surrounding me and I'm all wrapped up just trying to fight them off.
Yeah. What do you do? What's the solution?
I don't know. I mean, I know it's not Raising Cane's because we do that all the time and that's not helping.
Yeah. So
it's probably, I think the answer is aquascaping.
Aquascaping. Okay. Any other facial hairstyles? Like what about like sideburns?
Yeah, I'd like to see the mutton chops come back, like really big and hairy.
Yeah.
You don't see enough of those. If you get those, you have to wear overalls, but
90s fashion came back, but I feel like, Luke Perry sideburns, I feel like didn't come back.
No, I mean, that's kind of surprising. I again, I try to always be on the edge of things, but there's some things that I don't personally feel comfortable bringing back because then I just would look like the guy in the club trying too hard, but I would like to see some of those things come back.
I was going to ask you a question about fashion. And, you are, have a great sense of style, retro fashion. You look at pictures from all these different decades, very clearly identified. But around the time that you went and played Big Brother, it seems as though we have stopped evolving the fashion. Did we just reach a point where, as a society, we figured it out? Or has something else changed where if you go back and look at pictures from 20, 25 years ago, the fashion is mostly the same. The phones and the monitors are different and the TVs are different, but the fashion is remarkably similar. Whereas if you look back even just 10 years before that, fashion is very different. Can you explain that, Will?
Yeah, that's very interesting. I do think that music sort of defines the decades, but also there is an element that fashion does as well. And fast fashion, which has really, just become available in the last 20 years, has really sort of, no pun intended, like disintegrated the fabric of society. Because now, before, when you had to wear a shirt, you had to commit to that shirt. You had to buy it, you had to iron it, you had to hang it up, you had to wear it. And now when you don't like something, we just live in a disposable society. You can throw it away next week if it's not cool anymore. So I love the fact that we often bring back, things from the 70s, the 80s, the 90s. And the question is, like, what would we bring back from the early 2000s? What's the fashion? Like, there's just not anything that, in my mind, that really defines it. Yes, maybe the accoutrements, maybe it's a wallet with a chain. I don't know. But like, there isn't there. If you think of 50s, the 1950s, boom, leather jacket. 1960s, boom, hippie fashion. 1970s, bell bottoms and big collars. 1980s, you got the neon color. Like, 1990s, you got the denim and the oversized pants. We can do this all, but when you get to the 2000s, it just kind of fizzles out.
Yeah.
I don't know. It makes me sad. I yearn for the younger days.
Yeah. Do you think it'll ever change? Will we ever reach a decade where there'll be some new ubiquitous fashion?
I mean, I think we're running out of things, and I think what you're going to see is just refreshing of older things. And I think you can see more of an amalgamation of concepts. I keep waiting for like big collars to come back. I love big collars. I have a lot of old 70s shirts. Those have not come back yet. But I'm not the most fashion forward person by any stretch of the imagination, but I am fascinated by trends and pop culture and the things that we do to make ourselves more comfortable in life. So I'm really interested to see what happens. I'm along for the ride.
Okay. All right.
I guess Rob, my point here is I'm a very opinionated person, but I don't really have an opinion on this topic, and that's okay.
Okay. I thought maybe you might have some answers. Okay.
No, I mean, I don't have answers to fashion questions. I don't really get it. I mean, I'm still on the samba topic. I'm not even sure if I'm allowed to wear sambas without kids yelling at me.
I think you're allowed. The kids shouldn't yell.
Yeah, they're very angry these days.
Yeah, touch grass. Okay, that's what I say to the kids. I mean, really, all right. I'll spin the wheel. Okay. All right. We go to
spin it until it lands on a question. I'm just kidding.
Okay. All right. Rob's choice.
Oh.
Okay. All right. I have a question for you, Will.
Okay.
That I have wanted to ask you for quite some time. Okay.
Right. All right.
I know you said earlier in this. Dr. Will, you said earlier in this podcast that you do not like even the mere thought of multiverses and parallel universes.
Yeah.
But this next question does. This next question does involve one.
That's all right.
Okay.
Just because I don't like something, Rob, doesn't mean we can't discuss it.
In one of the many parallel universes, okay, where 9/11 didn't happen. Okay? Everything up to that moment is exactly the same. 9/11, they figured it out. Doesn't happen. Okay? In that universe, in the current timeline, does Dr. Will Kirby have an EGOT?
I love that. There's very few people who've received an EGOT. One of them you might be aware of is Philip Michael Thomas from my 1980s favorite show, Miami Vice.
Wow.
Or he tried to get one. Sorry, Philip Michael Thomas does not have one. He tried to get one, but he famously wore a necklace that said EGOT. Yeah. For those of you who don't know, EGOT is Emmy, Grammy, Oscar, Tony. And there have been a few people who've won all of them. So, Rob, I will tell you this. I have had reality television break my heart so many times. Big Brother 2, for those of you who don't know, it ended on September 20th, but on September 11th, that's when 9/11 occurred. And it just pulled all the sails out of the wind, all the wind out of the sails. And as a result, when the show ended, entertainment opportunities associated with that period just completely disappeared for me. And that was really unfortunate, but you can only control what you can control. And, that gave me the opportunity to not focus on things that I didn't need to be doing and to focus more on my science career. Now, there's two other times where I got my heart broken by reality TV, Rob. Actually, I'm going to tell you a couple really quickly. There was a show on NBC they were looking for a host, and it was called Love Shack.
Yes.
This was much earlier than The Bachelor. The Bachelor had not come out yet, and it was wildly controversial, kind of like Three's Company. for a heterosexual men and women to be in a house together and not live together, not to be intimate together. So my agent came to me, my agent at the time, and he said, listen, there's a show called Love Shack. It's an NBC show. They want you to host it, primetime dating show. It's going to be big. And I said, great. He said, and there's another offer for you. I said, great. What is it? And he said, well, there's a show. It's kind of like a remake of Star Search. And there's going to be a host on the show. And the host on the show is a current radio DJ.
Yeah.
And you can be the co-host of that. And I said, Star Search, a radio DJ? I'm not doing that. I'm doing Love Shack. So that show that I turned down was called American Idol.
You could have been the Brian Dunkelman.
Brian Dunkelman. I could have been the Brian Dunkelman, of American Idol. So I turned that down, which was, again, I missed on that one. Okay. I swung and I missed, and I went with Love Shack. Now, Love Shack, you can actually watch the first two episodes of Love Shack right now on YouTube. The rest have been lost. This show aired in Europe. It aired in India. It aired all over the world, but in the United States, I swear this is a true story. I was set to go on Jay Leno on Thursday to promote the show. The premiere of the show is on a Tuesday. I have a viewing party at my house. We filmed this entire dating show. It's absolutely incredible. And I turn on the TV to watch it, and my friends are there, and we're all going to watch it. And Tom Brokaw comes on the channel and is like, we are officially at war with Iraq. Boom, show gets canceled.
Yep.
Never airs in the United States, airs all over, very popular other places, never airs. But if you're really bored, go to YouTube and you can watch the first two episodes of Love Shack right now. It's a guy and a girl living in a house. Every week, different people come in to date them. And at the very end, one couple wins the mansion. It's an amazing show. It's a really good show. That got canceled. And
at least for Peacock.
And then, and Peacock, and believe it or not, I checked recently, Endemol Shine owns the rights to it. So Endemol Shine could easily relinquish those rights or produce it for Peacock. Yeah. And the last time that my heart broke,
the B-52s, were they involved?
They were not involved. The producers at the time, Howard Schultz was the main executive producer. He actually tragically passed away in a scuba diving accident in Hawaii. He co-produced the show with Jackie Pittman, who's a legend in the space. She's absolutely phenomenal. I love her. And she would be totally down to do it again and reboot the show. But anyway, it is owned by Endemol Shine. So it's a very easy conversation.
Can you explain the premise one more time?
I'd love to. A guy and a girl are about to enter this Malibu mansion.
Are they a dating couple already, or are they strangers?
No, they're dating other people. So it's a heterosexual guy and a heterosexual girl. They move into this house together. They are not allowed to date each other. Each week, a new person comes in that they're dating. Okay, a different guy for the girl and two guys and two girls. Okay, two guys come in to date the girl, two girls come in to date the guy. There's contests every week. And if you win the contest, you go on an incredible luxury date, like a helicopter lands and takes you and one person of your choosing on the date. So every week, each of the two main people have to eliminate one girl and one guy, and then that person is replaced. So it's one guy and two girls and one girl and two guys living in this giant mansion, all interacting, but there's only certain people that they can date. And when the people are away on their luxury dates, the other people can do whatever they want. So like behind the scenes, those people are dating. And it's just a fascinating show because you get to see the interaction, why people select their partners, but the stakes are extremely high because you win the mansion at the end. It was a phenomenal show.
The world wasn't ready for that in 2002.
The world was not ready. So it got canceled. It was tragic. It broke my heart. I'm going to tell you two other heartbreaking stories, Rob. I mean, the universe does not want me to do reality TV. The greatest show ever filmed in the history of reality television.
DONDI, Tuesday nights.
Tuesday night at 9 p.m. And the second best show ever filmed in the history of television, created by a guy named Michael Weinberg, who's a legend in the reality space, was called Knife Swap. Not Wife Swap, Knife Swap.
Yeah.
Okay.
So did I get my Justin picture out again?
Exactly. It was me. And going back to that Justin picture, that picture is priceless. Now, priceless doesn't mean it's valuable. Yes. It just means it has no price, because like maybe that's worth, to you $1 million, and the random person at the
I'll take an offer
worth $1. I think it's one of the greatest pictures of all time. And in fact, how you got that is a whole other story, and I would love to learn about that right now. Just kidding, Abby. We'll do that another time.
Another time.
So, Rob, this show was called Knife Swap. It's me and 3 plastic surgeons. We get a couple. Rob and your wife, right? You're going, what's your wife's name?
Nicole.
Rob and Nicole, you're going through a lot of problems in your relationship, marital problems. You've been together a long time. You got the 2 kids. There's a lot of ways you can fix relationship problems, Rob. You and Nicole could go to marital counseling. You can go to therapy, but we work with the human body. And we think when you look good naked, that breeds intimacy into your relationship. So Nicole, please walk into this soundproof room. Rob, you stay with us. Nicole walks in there. We have a microphone. I push the button. Nicole, take off all your clothes. She takes off her clothes. Nicole, put your arms to the side, puts her arms out, and the room starts slowly rotating. Okay. Bear with me, Rob.
Right.
We see, Rob, there's your wife. We know you guys haven't been getting along. What plastic surgery procedures do you want to pick for her?
Okay.
We did this show, Rob. We did this show. So you pick breast augmentation, liposuction, whatever you want.
And just the time and a place. Okay. The Swan, I'm sure is hot, right?
Red hot. So Rob,
what network is this on?
It was on VH1.
Okay. Got it.
We filmed the whole thing. So
now, hold on. Can I ask a question? So when I tell you, like, I'm like, okay, so maybe you could do. Does she hear this, or
no,
is it like
she
is she
cannot hear any
under
of it.
anesthesia and she's gonna wake up and the stuff was done?
Rob, are you ready for this?
Yes.
She comes out. She puts on her clothes. She's looking like ashamed and embarrassed. You're like gloating. Rob, please step into the room. You go in the room. You take off all your clothes. The room spins. Now, we filmed this. I swear to God, we filmed this. The guy's name is Carlos. And we say to the Carlos now realizes what's going to happen. And he says to his wife, he says, listen, this is my grandfather's nose. It's my son's nose. This is my nose. Don't touch my nose. He walks in a soundproof booth. Door closes. She goes, nose job. And the room starts spinning, right? This is on camera. She's like, I want penis enlargement, liposuction, hair transplant, like the craziest stuff. So he comes out. She's kind of frazzled. He comes out of the room. We say, Rob, Nicole, please say goodbye to your spouse. Your surgeries take place tomorrow morning at 6 a.m. Wow. You do not know what you're going to get, and you're not going to see each other for 6 months. Rob, we did head to toe, full body makeover, everything. You've never seen anything like this in your life. It was the greatest show ever made.
And nobody went to jail?
We filmed, no, the waiver was like this deep. So, okay. Also, by the way, if you have anything else to do in your life, listeners, please just cancel because I'll keep talking. So, Rob, they bring out the couple 6 months later. We work with them every month, see them, we're working with them. They get fitness coach, they get lifestyle coach, hairstylist, hair whatever. 6 months later, they come back. We drop the curtain. Now they look, we don't know what's going to happen, right? They look at each other because keep in mind, they were not getting along prior to this.
Yeah.
Look at each other and they kind of like both look each other up and down and they kind of both start laughing, like a little bit like inappropriate laughing. And then they start weeping and then they embrace and they're crying and they're like, I missed you so much. I never realized how much I love you. Like you look so gorgeous. I've been thinking about you every day. You're the most important person in my life. They're crying. We're all crying. Everybody's crying. The executives are crying. Everybody's crying. I mean, it's the greatest show of all time. And VH1 takes us to dinner and they're like, listen, Michael Weinberg's there. They're like, look, and this is the best plastic surgeons in LA. Brett again, Kat Bogovic. And they take us, and I'm the only dermatologist, and they take us to dinner actually. And they said, listen, guys, this show is a green light. It's going to be nationwide. It's going to be worldwide. We need to know your schedules for the next 2 years. We have to block out these dates, blah, blah, blah. Next day in the trades, huge shakeup at VH1. The president is out. All programming is canceled. I was positive, Rob. I was positive this was going to be the biggest show of all time. Yeah. And I'm Michael Weinberg. If you're listening to this, reboot it. I'm ready to go tomorrow.
It's ready to go. Netflix. I mean, or NBC Peacock.
Great show. It was such a great show because it dealt on everything that's uncomfortable, relationships and being naked and plastic surgery. When
you reunite them, are they clothed? Fig leaf? What's the situation?
Clothed. No, they're clothed and they looked, I'm not kidding. They looked like $1 million. Like now agreed. They were selected because, we selected them initially because they had that potential, but I've never seen anything like it. Like
the couple, are they still together today?
I don't know. It's been decades.
Who's
so
to
I don't know. I mean, they got hundreds of thousands worth of plastic surgery and huge shout out to them for being vulnerable with that first pilot. It's a great show.
Okay.
All right. I lied, Rob. I have 2 more. Okay. This is a quick one. There was a show on CBS syndication. It got canceled, but it was called The Doctors.
Okay.
And they had a competitor on Fox, and one of those two shows was going to make it. And my agent was like, "You got to pick one or the other. The Fox is going to give you more for the pilot." I did the Fox show. It didn't get picked up, and they went with the doctors. So
Yeah.
I was
But
on
that
the
show's canceled now too.
It's canceled now too. And then the very last time my heart was broken was 3 weeks ago for the premiere of DONDI. It's one of the best reality shows I've ever even heard of. Deal or No Deal Island 2, Joe Manganiello, produced by Jenny Ramirez, Matt Kunitz, Abby's part of the team. It's a phenomenal show. And the LA caught on fire. So it starts to air, and then it got preempted, and it just shut off on all our TVs, and a fire. And it was all about fire coverage, as it should be. Okay,
As it should be, of course.
I'm not immune to.
Yeah.
I'm not sensitive to things that have people going on, but I have this uncanny track record of year after year after year, show after show after show, having the rug pulled out from under my feet at the very last second. And you know what? That's okay, because I wouldn't have experienced this life path. I wouldn't have been the scientist I am today. I wouldn't have developed, the techniques and tools and built the team I had today if all those things had worked out. And that really is a phenomenal lesson. We talked about at the very beginning, Rob, you're a phenomenal player because you can evolve. You can be funny if you have to. You can be sneaky if you have to. You can be athletic if you have to. You can evolve. And that is one of the keys to life, is recognizing there's things you can control and things you can't control. You never give up, but you just go with the flow and you do the best you can with the circumstances you have. And I certainly feel like I've mostly accomplished that object.
And look, it was a setback with the premiere of DONDI, but the DONDI is still DONDIing right now.
It's hard to get people to watch a show if they're not committed from the beginning. But I promise you, if you're listening to this podcast right now, I will not let you down. You don't even have to watch the first 3 episodes. Start with episode 4, which is going to come this Tuesday. I don't know what day you're watching this, but start with episode 4. I'm telling you, it's a slobber knocker. I promise you, from the bottom of my heart, the show pops off. It gets incredible starting this week. And I'm telling you, and by the way, I have no reason to promote it other than that I truly believe in it. I believe in the cast. I love the cast. Every single one of them. They're just, even the ones that I don't like and don't like me and I don't get along with, they could have won the show. It's a really, really, really great show.
Will doesn't have to be here.
Exactly.
Do you get any more money if people watch the show?
Nothing. Yeah. And in fact, I'm taking good time away from a bear strip club where they play "Take Me Down to the Paradise City where the bears are bears and the bears beg. Oh, won't you please take me home?" Yeah. Big Teddy, folks.
Big Teddy.
Remember to tip your waitresses. And also, Rob, we do not discriminate. Koala bears, grizzly bears. What are the big white snow bears called?
Oh, a polar bear?
Polar bears. Yeah. Sorry, I drew a blank there. Yeah. Any bear, black bear, we're totally cool with it.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Let me see. I got 2 more things on the wheel. Dream pets, which I kind of feel like we covered.
Yeah, we talked about that. I mean, I think
we kind of cannibalized the wheel a little bit.
Most animals that can be domesticated have been domesticated. So you're not going to pick a pet that's never been domesticated and all of a sudden bring it in your house. And it's, people have already kind of figured that out. You got cats, dogs, birds, but you really shouldn't have those house. Maybe you do some aquascaping, but don't try to bring other animals in your house. If you, social media, again, you get sucked in, you see people with these mini donkeys and stuff pooping in their house. Don't do that. You don't have to do that.
Okay.
Stay outside.
And then the only other one I have on the wheel here is ChatGPT's choice.
Oh, let's do it.
Okay. All right. So
did you plan that, or was that the last one?
That is the last one. That's just how it came up. That's just how it came up. Okay. All right. And so ChatGPT gave me a couple of questions. Okay. If you had the power to make one universal rule that everyone on Earth had to follow for a single day, what would it be?
Wow. And you can only do it for 1 day total.
1 day.
Rob, my sincere goal for everyone is to achieve all of their life dreams, their individual life dreams, even if it's only for 1 day. So I would love to see people really recognize that life is short, that you really only get one chance at it, that living boldly is really important, that the world is a beautiful, wondrous place, that the universe harmonizes, and that you can go to Paradise City.
Everybody's going to go on one
down
day.
to the Paradise City where the Paradise is. So I want everyone to go to Paradise City. They're bi-coastal, they're bisexual, and they're bilingual. Sábado, 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 gigante internacional. Come to Paradise City where the bears are bears and the bears.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, won't you please take me home? Boom.
Mm-hmm.
That's my goal, Rob.
Okay.
What do you want?
Well, what is there one thing that we could do that would drastically improve the human, if we have just one day, but we could get everybody to do the same thing? I mean, besides subscribe to Rob's podcast, besides
definitely.
Besides, you know, get subscribe, you know, make sure to, I don't know, watch DONDI. Okay.
I mean, we can create a new world order. If you vote for me, you know, as a political leader, we'll create a new world order. And again, here are my promises. It's so simple. 1, no salary. 2, one time only. I'm not doing it ever again. And 3, common sense. That's all we're doing is common sense. Nothing dumb.
Yeah.
If you have a dumb idea like chocolate, Three Musketeers, we're not listening to you. And then we're also going to send P. Diddy all the oil, Jared from Subway, and Jerry
for the mission to Mars. Yeah, to Mars.
I mean, again, if you're going to even try to argue that, like, why would you argue against that? That's totally reasonable.
Okay. Can I ask you this other question that ChatGPT came up with? Okay.
Sure.
All right. Explore the theory that sourdough starters with their bubbling cultures are secretly sentient.
It does make you wonder how you define life, right? Because if you think about it, there's certain criteria that we consider life to have. One of those is the ability to replicate, but a virus has no brain, but it does have DNA and it can replicate. So what is sentient? What kind of life form is so small that it has intelligence versus instinctual intelligence? So like a virus, I don't even know, you could debate this all day long. I'm not even sure a virus, I don't think they're alive. I don't think they meet the criteria for life, except that they have RNA or DNA and can replicate, which is the criteria for life. So if you're going to look at something that's probably more evolved than that, I don't think that, sourdough, which is, those are bacteria. I don't think that you can say they're sentient. They don't have awareness, but they may have instinctual intelligence, right? Like a turtle is never going to know who I am, but they will go to light and they'll go to food if I feed them every day. My dogs definitely know who I am. They know the cadence of my voice. They know the smell. So they're sentient. But I love this question because I'm very unclear where awareness of a creature comes into play. And are animals just sort of going through the motions because that's been ingrained in them with their DNA, or at some point are certain animals becoming sentient and aware of what's going on? And I think that the reason that ChatGPT is asking this is because ChatGPT is probably extremely close to becoming sentient. So ChatGPT is probably trying to throw us off here, Rob, get us distracted, worried about sourdough, bread baking at home, when in fact, ChatGPT is really it's a distraction. It's getting closer and closer to being Skynet. And in 1991, when I worked at a movie theater and Terminator 2 came out, who were they fighting? Skynet. Great movie. Soundtrack to that movie, Guns N' Roses. And same as the people that we want to call us, the license, Paradise City. Take me down to the Paradise City where the bears are bears and the bears. Oh, won't you please take me home? Boom.
It's beautiful.
Thank you, Rob.
Yeah. All right. Will, should we land the plane?
Rob, let me just, I joke around a lot, but let me just tell you, I'm a huge fan of your podcast. I'm a huge fan of your work. I sincerely have a confession, which is I apologize that I haven't been on sooner. I really try to be sort of elusive and exclusive and just hard to reach.
And you are. Yes.
Thank you. And I try to be very patient because there are too many people saying too many things in this noisy world of ours. And if you're going to come on, you need to have a really powerful message, like, a bear strip club or things like that. And, I really do hope that I really, really want to see you on Survivor 50. And if you do that, Rob, one little request, a yellow Livestrong bracelet.
That's how you'll know it's you. It's for you.
And like if you get on there and you're wearing that Livestrong bracelet, I'm gonna lose my mind. Okay. Like I'm gonna run up the 405 buck naked with a big foam down that peacock feather in my butt crack. But I just would love to see that happen. I want to see everyone listening. I want to see their dreams come true. And I also want to tell you, if you're sitting around right now listening to this podcast, you are definitely a reality television fan, because why else would you listen to it? And if you are a reality television fan, stop watching and start playing. All you have to do is apply. There is a show for everyone these days. If you like Legos, there's a show. If you like baking, there's a show. If you like dating, whatever it is, there is a show for you.
And if you've listened to over 4 hours of this podcast and you are have not been entertained by this man, ask yourself, why did I listen to this? But number two, and you're not watching DONDI,
you're doing
part of the
something
problem.
wrong with your
Yeah.
life. Yeah.
You're part of the
Exactly.
problem. Tuesday nights, NBC, 9 p.m. You want to
Check
break
it out.
Will's heart for the 5th
Don't
time?
do it. Reality television has broken my heart so many times. I just can't take it again. And I really need this one to, I don't get a penny more, Rob. Nothing else.
They're not paying you by the viewer?
Yeah, nothing good happens in my life if you as an audience member watch, or a viewer watch DONDI. Nothing else happens in my life other than that. I will have accomplished my object of entertaining you. And that's what I want to do.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I wouldn't have changed anything about how this went. It was an all-timer for me.
Rob, the pleasure is honestly mine. I cannot say this enough. I'm a big fan. You make incredible content. You're unbelievably passionate, unbelievably enthusiastic. Yeah, check it out. And again, guys, I have no hidden agenda. It's a badass fucking show. Just check it out. The episode 4 this Tuesday.
Okay, of course. Check that out. Will you? Should I tell people to leave comments or?
You know what, Rob? I don't mean this rudely. They can do whatever they want, but I don't believe, I'm just not a big social media person. Again, thank God I missed that. I missed out sexting. I missed out online dating, and I missed out, I'm just not a big fan of social media. I'm not going to sit in my room and stare at a little phone. It's kind of weird. You know what I'll do? I'll go to Paradise City. Take me down to the Paradise City where the bears are bears and the bears wear titties. Oh, won't you please take me home? Boom.
All right. We're taking you home. Thank you so much for listening. I don't know if Will dropped off the call. I think I think he mic dropped. All right. Thank you so much for listening. Of course, if you enjoyed this, subscribe to Rob as a Podcast. Thank you so much. Take care, everybody. Have a good one. Bye.